Okay, folks, let's call to order the special meeting for Lafayette Township Board of Trustees and Fire District. Today is Monday, December 16th. It is 9:04 a.m. Roll call.
Paroli here.
Fullerton here.
O'Neill here. Also, the notice requirements of section 121.22 of the Ohio Revised Code and the implementing rules adopted by the board pursuant thereto were complied with for the meeting. Let's stand for the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have you gentlemen both had an opportunity to review the December 2nd meeting minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
Any comments, questions on them? I sent around
Yep. So,
revisions last week.
no,
Motion to approve.
I would make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. December 2nd, 2024 meeting minutes are approved. Before this meeting, earlier this morning, Laura and I, serving as a Lafayette Township Records Commission, reviewed and made revisions to our existing records retention schedule. It is the same. We have one edit on both the fire district side and the township side, and that is pertaining to meeting minutes housed on the website. We've had it on there for the past year as keep published until replaced by the next approved meeting minutes, a minimum of 2 weeks. We are changing that to up to 1 year because we've got meeting minutes on the website that are well past, the previous meeting on there. So, that would be resolution, what did I say, 24 on the township side and resolution 16 on the fire district side. So, being those are resolutions, could we have a roll call, unless you guys have any questions on those or discussion? Roll call vote to approve resolution 24-2024 for the township side.
Paroli, yes.
Fullerton, yes.
O'Neill, yes. So that is passed. And do we have a motion I'll do roll call vote for 16 FD 2024 on the fire district side?
Fullerton, yes.
Paroli, yes.
And O'Neill, yes. Both resolutions are approved. Next
Can
time.
we stand up, so just for a second, I know we passed that, but physically practicing that, do we want to start that January where, like, when Kristen adds a month, then she takes a month off and then a year stays on there? Or do we want to wait until we get the new website? I mean,
We might as well,
practice what the retention policy is stating, I guess.
yeah, and then in addition, I know we were having trouble, I don't wanna say trouble, but like, the file storage size of everything on the website was potentially gonna cause issues, so by pulling some of the older stuff off, at least until we find another solution to be able to store that stuff, or make it available, yeah, I have no problem
But I would
putting
say,
it in practice on the first, yeah.
yeah, at the end of this month, Kristen, if anything older than a year can be taken down for sure. And then moving forward, if we put February 2025 up, and then we take February 2024 down. Seems.
Yeah, again, knowing that we're, having some of the
Right.
storage issues, at least until we can figure that piece of it out, then definitely.
Okay. Anything else on that time?
No.
Okay. Next item is the liquor license for the roadside inn. We all got copies, I don't know, a week or two ago. We just this morning got a new copy in from Department of Commerce. I gave everybody a copy. I know it's short notice, but it just came in this morning in the mail. I don't have any issues with it. I don't know if you gentlemen do. We need to return this, either requesting a hearing or not requesting a hearing on it.
No, I'm okay with it.
unless we have an objection.
Right, we
then
could
do
just
that.
let it roll, but I don't even know if we need to take a vote on it. I'm not inclined to make any decisions. In order to get it done quicker, we could just request no hearing and then just let them move forward as
Yeah,
quick as possible.
I don't see any reason, I mean, if we're not gonna object to it, I don't see any reason not to fill it out as such and send it back.
I'll make the motion then to check that we do not request a hearing box and get this back to them.
Yeah.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign.
Mhm.
Next item is the electric rates. I don't know if you've all seen the flurry of emails that we've received in the last couple of weeks. I think the original one that came in, I was trying to look at it, but the link was sent to the fiscal officer's address, so it didn't work for me because she forwarded it to me, but when it gets right down to it, he is trying to get us the cheapest rate of $0.0719 per kilowatt hour. It's a 2-year commitment. It's a minor jump from what we have now. Our current rate goes through 2025. I'm sorry, March 2025.
So what's our current rate?
6 point some cents per kilowatt. I don't remember exactly what it is.
And this would be a 2-year fixed.
Yeah. Any thoughts on that one, Ty?
No, no.
I think it's gonna, he's saying that they're north of the 8 cents range and could be 11 cents, before too long, but.
Do we have a deadline to
Yeah.
reply to them?
Well, supposedly it's passed, but
But this would just, and it would immediately replace what we're currently doing? or when the,
I believe March
when the
2025.
plans expire? Okay.
I mean, it's not a huge jump on
Mhm.
what he sent. Did you guys get the
Yeah.
comparison sheets as well? So I would make the motion to approve up to 7.44 cents per kilowatt hour for electric rate. Hopefully he can get the 7.19, but
Yeah, I'll second. And that's Hudson.
yes. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Let's see, next. Let's go with the economic development.
Okay.
Yeah, we had, I sent it out to you guys, I know we kind of briefly talked about it,
Mhm.
Brandon from Economic Development had come to a meeting, I believe it was the November meeting, talking about, actually, it might have even been October at this
I
point.
think it was.
The brownfield remediation grant, proceeds or program, and we're doing a cleanup at 7300 Lafayette Road. They finally put all the subrecipient, grant agreement together, we just need to sign it. It doesn't require a formal resolution,
Okay.
so, but I also wanted to just make sure that everybody on the board was aware, kind of what we were doing, and then hopefully, we'll have the same program available next year, to potentially be able to do some more cleanup of.
And this agreement will hold into next year?
No, that would just be
this
for
year?
this particular one, so it would be a new,
It's the same thing, just.
ultimately, yes, but that one specifically outlines the cleanup at 7300 and the quote that was on there. So what'll happen is Medina, the homeowners actually signed an agreement to basically give us authority, and then we're kind of assigning that to economic development. They've actually already gone through the process, everything's approved with the state, so once the work's completed, then the state will release the funds to economic development, who will give them to us. There's, depending on how the timing works and everything like that, we'll wind up paying the vendor first potentially, but, they've been pretty flexible as far as working with that as well, so odds are we'll wind up receiving the grant funds before actually having to pay the vendor anyhow.
Okay. And that only requires one of us to sign?
Correct, so again, if as the board chair, if you want to, or as the liaison for economic development, I can.
I'll
just
make the motion to give you the
Okay.
ability, you've run with this and take the lead on it.
Can do.
Now, we have a list, Justin, for next year, kinda hoping, anticipating that it.
Yeah, in the process of identifying this one, I had talked to a couple of homeowners that were interested. Actually had a conversation with Robert Fertile from our BZA, just explaining the program, and he's offered to help too. If depending on you know, the scope of the project and what we're able to do for next year, to work on hopefully soliciting some additional properties. The idea being, you know, the reason that this one came up and became available to us is a larger grant. The project that had been approved previously came in well under budget for what that project was. I believe it was a cleanup in the city of Brunswick, that was supposed to be close to like $750,000. Came in under budget, but there was only, I think, like $70,000 left over, so that doesn't lend itself to be used for a large scale project, which is how this one came available to us. So the thought process is, you know, hopefully next year, if we're able to consolidate some of the potential cleanup projects into one grant proposal, it makes it a bigger dollar project, becomes more attractive for them to approve up front. Because in talking with a couple of the homeowners that would potentially be involved in, or property owners for this last round, several of them mentioned the same thing, right? It was a small grant that got passed over in previous waves of doing things of this nature. And I mean, when you're writing the grants, it's a lot easier. You know, if you've got $10 million to allocate and you can knock it out with 3 projects, it's way better than doing to do 3 than, you know, 100 small ones. So, you know, that would be the process. But again, this one is just for the one property.
Okay. Do we have a second on my motion to allow Justin to sign this?
Yeah,
record it?
second. Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Next up would be zoning commission and board of zoning appeals personnel discussion. As we talked about in our last meeting, we've got 2 vacancies on the zoning commission at the end of this year. Sherry and Karen, I think Curtis has interviewed. You guys have interviewed one candidate. There's another candidate from last year that is still interested. So I would like to have a brief executive session pursuant to ORC 121.22, paragraph G1, to discuss employee hiring, firing, compensation, appointment, yeah. And I would roll call vote to move to executive session.
Broly, yes.
Fullerton, yes.
O'Neill, yes. I'd also like to invite Sherry Meinke back with us. Yeah, you guys are good. Okay. It is 9:17, so we will pause for executive session.
I haven't drank alcohol.
Okay, it is 9:44. We are returning from executive session. No decisions were made. I think trustee Paroli is going to discuss zoning commission and BZA proposed appointments.
So for the zoning commission, we had Diane Winslow. Her term expired on December 31st of this year, expires on December 31st of this year. And then current zoning commission chair, Rich Javorek, had handed in his resignation. So we have a term expiring on December 31st of 2027 to seat. We do have 2 current alternates that have been serving the board this year, Brian Morse and Nick Kittle. I would make the motion that we appoint Brian Morse to the full term expiring on December 31st, 2029 to replace Diane, and Nick Kittle to take the term that expires on December 31st, 2027. So he would serve out the remainder of Rich Javorek's term, and then that would leave us with 2 alternate positions. I would include in that motion to appoint Tim Kassouf to our first alternate for the zoning commission, and Lee Wienerman to the second alternate position. Both of those alternate positions to a 1-year term expiring on December 31st of 2025.
And this would all be effective January 1st, 2020.
Correct.
I will second the motion. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
And then over on the Board of Zoning Appeals, similar situation, Simon Bartos, his term expires on December 31st of this year. And then we had Mike Meaden He had handed in his resignation. His term expired on December 31st of 2026. Simon has expressed interest in being reappointed. He's done an excellent job for us. I would make a motion to reappoint Simon Bartos to the Board of Zoning Appeals effective January 1st of 2025 for a term expiring on December 31st of 2029. Additionally, I would recommend that we appoint Julie Stanton to the remainder of Mike Meaden's term, expiring on December 31st of 2026. Our first alternate on the Board of Zoning Appeals would be Robert Fertile, who has served in that capacity this year as well. And then appointing Kevin Pyatt, who was recently interviewed, to the second alternate position on the Board of Zoning Appeals. Again, both alternate positions expiring December 31st of 2025.
I'll second.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Alright, next up, real quickly, you guys have any proposed dates for organizational meeting for 2025? I know you said that earlier in the year the better probably.
Yeah, I mean, I'm, just with my schedule, anything between the 1st and the 6th would be preferred. I think that also gives us a chance to kind of knock everything out, just to set the year up and then go from there.
Yeah, first falls on a Wednesday.
Right.
I would do the second.
Yeah,
Thursday.
And what time? Cause it'd be quite a lengthy one, I think.
Second's good with me anytime. I mean, whatever you guys want to do, morning, afternoon, evening.
I would prefer either early or late, so either do something 9 or 10 in the morning or, stick to an evening meeting.
Let's go 9 like we started this one
Okay.
today. So,
Okay, where was it, Marty?
so I'll make the motion to approve a 2025 organizational meeting date of January 2nd, 2025 at 9 a.m. at this location.
I guess the only thing we should probably do, Laura, you do need to be at that one, you're good.
Yeah, and I'll have to take off work again.
Do you want to propose a different date?
Oh, I mean, that date is fine, but
Would the evening be better for you?
it would, but that's a Thursday.
Thursday, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine, but if you wanna do it like later, like over lunch, like maybe 11 to 1, that could work too. It's up to you.
I could do that.
I don't think it'll be a super long meeting if we're just doing the organizational,
Yeah.
And I think we'll probably set a regular meeting schedule for the rest of the year to do like reports and all that kind of stuff, so,
Yeah.
I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that work for you, Tom?
11, yep.
Sorry, Laura, didn't mean to disclude you in that. All right, so I'll make the proposal, or make the motion to approve a 2025 organizational meeting date of January 2nd at this location at 11 a.m.
I'll second.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Guess next up, getting down at the end here, Hunter Drive.
Hunter Drive,
Yeah.
We received communication back from the prosecutor's office. Obviously, I think Sherry shared the photos and you've gotten a chance to see the video, hopefully, of the property out at Hunter Drive. A rather large collection of vehicles, debris, just parts. I mean, it almost looks like a salvage yard at this point. So she did secure a search warrant, went with Medina City PD, several detectives and uniformed officers as well. Did an inventory of the property, submitted everything to the prosecutor's office. The way the process would work is basically we have a resolution in front of us to notify that we've declared it a nuisance to the point where puts the homeowner on notice that he's got 14 days to clean it up. If he complies, that's the end of the process. If he doesn't, then he does have a right to a public hearing before we take further action. So it's not quite to the level with, where Paulker Road where we went in. Plus, I mean, obviously, that was one where the homeowner worked with us
Right.
and we had an agreement. So we're not taking any action to clean up yet. We're just basically putting the homeowner on notice that, he's got 14 days to remedy the situation.
Or we'll have a public hearing.
Or we, yeah,
And
or
to
we'll-
declare it
Yeah,
a nuisance.
and then decide how we wanna go about remedying the situation if he doesn't.
And that exhibit that's attached to it.
Yeah, I
it's
just
got
forwarded everybody,
Yeah.
we just got that actually,
Pretty
from the
exhaustive
prosecutor's
list.
office this week.
most of the big items that
Yeah.
was there. So that would be a resolution, and that would be resolution 23-2024 on the township side.
Correct.
Want to do any further discussion on it?
No, but just looking at the dates, so we don't know when he's gonna receive it, so we just say 3 weeks from now, right?
Yeah, we should at least have a better idea for our, first
Two.
regular meeting of next year, kinda at least
3.
how compliant.
Yeah, cause
he's
this
gonna
will be on,
Yeah.
will be on that docket for that first regular meeting in January. 'Cause
Most
we'll-
likely, yeah. I mean, you might clean it up.
No, you know, yeah, I'm just trying to
Right,
be prepared,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I don't wanna wait too long.
No, and the other part that we have to go back to, that I have to confirm with the prosecutor's office too, is if we're going to hold a public hearing, if it gets to the point where we have to hold a public hearing, we probably have a notification requirement, and also, I mean, we can do it as part of a regular meeting, it can be within that, but we'll have to get something published, so depending on when we do that meeting, we may have a tough time meeting the advertising requirements and getting it on the regular meeting potentially.
With this resolution, though, we're giving him 14 days to clean it up or else, right?
Right.
But there's nothing, at that point, time's not necessarily of the essence on our part, is it? There's no
No.
rush to get a 30-day notice out for a public hearing like that, but
No,
obviously,
what I mean,
we would move
ultimately-
at our next meeting, but we're
Right.
not under a deadline, so I don't think there's any.
No, and quite frankly, cleanup in January, February is probably a little
Yes.
bit more difficult than
Sure.
later in the year anyway, so. But to your point, yes, this is kind of step one in moving us in that process. And we can't do step two, obviously, until we do this one, so.
Right.
So this is us just approving this, and then we move forward. with it.
Right, to put the homeowner on
He
notice.
gets 14 days, and then if we give him 28 days, it's not.
Right.
Would we have ideas to share at this meeting how we would clean up if we were going to, or do we wanna wait for the meeting that we physically talk about it? Cause this one's gonna be more expensive than Pulcher, in my opinion.
Most likely, yeah.
I would agree. But I mean, I don't have any, are you prepared to make?
I don't, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't have any, but we can have all that ready, again, for
For the next meeting.
January, cause a lot of it'll depend on how the property owner responds. But yeah, it'll likely be a much different situation too, depending on how compliant. If he doesn't make any effort to clean up the property on his own,
Or
Pulcher,
contact us.
Pulcher Road, they worked with us pretty good on,
Right.
facilitating getting the cleanup done, so. Cause I would imagine we'll probably be, engaging the city of Medina PD again, if it gets to that point, so
And that's gonna probably come at an expense.
possibly. And again, it would be the same process ultimately, all of the costs that we would incur would go back
Right.
to the tax bill, but
Right.
you never know when that gets resolved.
Right. So we will, that would be resolution 23-2024, allowing us to move forward, notifying the homeowner of 14-day cleanup requirement and a public nuisance determination. Roll call vote,
Parola, yes?
Fullerton, yes?
O'Neill, yes. So that would be, resolution 23-2024. Anything else before we get into budget discussions, or I don't think it was.
That was all I had.
Okay. Oh, Laura,
Did you wanna do the, what's it called, advance
yes.
of taxes?
These are, actually, those are,
Tax advance.
give me two of those. One's for township, one's for fire district. This is allowing us to receive advances on taxes collected from the county. on the township side. You are hereby requested to issue your warrant upon the county treasurer of said county in favor of Laura Rubensaw as fiscal officer, Lafayette Township in Medina County, for all available dollars of the current collection of taxes assessed and collected for and in behalf of said Lafayette Township, which shall be treated as an advance payment on the current collection of taxes due said Lafayette Township at ensuing settlement of 2025 as provided by law. Roll call vote for that.
Paroli, yes?
Fullerton, yes.
O'Neill, yes. And then same exact thing for the Lafayette Township Fire and Rescue District. Roll call vote.
What's the resolution?
That would be 17 FT.
17.
Paroli, yes?
Fullerton, yes.
O'Neill, yes. Both of those are passed.
I have one other thing on the fiscal side, if we could, entertain a motion for supplemental appropriations for $7,975.86, and that's to cover the tax collection fees, for the Medina City Police Department. We just paid them $400,000 on Friday, so if we could make that retroactive to Friday, that would be good.
$7,975.
Yeah, 7975.86. And going forward, we should account for the tax collection fees, so.
What date?
As of December 13th.
I will make a motion to make a supplemental appropriation of $7,975.86 for the purpose of tax collection fees for the Medina County Police Department levy.
Fund 2081. Do we need the fund number on it, 2081?
2081. Yep.
I'll second.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries, and that is as of December 13th, 24.
Thank you.
Anything else, Laura, for you, gentlemen, before budget? Can we take a quick recess before we start that?
Well, we were gonna start with the township side, so we're
Yeah,
waiting on Rick to
I'm
come
gonna
up.
give Rick a call, and
Okay.
we'll start the township and move forward.
Okay.
It is 9:59, we'll just take a short 5-minute recess.
Menor
Okay.
was the town's town official. I took the
Oh. You know what, I was going to make, and I still will, a comment to them, to our police department. Every morning between 7 and 7:30, they stop, pull over 2 or 3 cars right in front of my house.
Well,
And
it was something.
that's every morning.
Is that since the complaint went in because of this?
10:09, and we are returning from recess. We'll get going with the discussion. We'll start with road and bridge, our maintenance team for 2025. Kind of itemization and as well as temporary appropriations.
wanting to clump them, Chris?
No, I would say,
Because the last couple of years, we've pretty much done everything on a road, like on
Yeah.
repairs and maintenance.
Yes.
We haven't done them
Right.
individually, but.
it's nice to track spend on them.
Right.
Individually, but to know what you're gonna spend on each one going into it is a crap.
Right, yeah, cause you'll be under on some and over on
Right.
others.
So
and-
I would say we should make that one miscellaneous, maybe repairs and maintenance miscellaneous.
Laura? I just know how hard, is it easy enough for you to edit that kind of stuff? I mean,
Oh, yeah, we could do like repairs and maintenance, like vehicles, and then we can do repairs and maintenance, like general, like around the campus.
well, isn't that what the coding is up front, the 2031, 330, 323? And then, the repairs and maintenance, the one we're gonna do miscellaneous is, 0000, whereas all of,
Yeah.
that kind of signifies miscellaneous anyway, right? But-
Yeah, so Chris, I don't know if you're suggesting to like swap out a name, we can't do that, we can add another cost center.
Okay.
So like the last four, so say 0020, like we can't rename that, but we could add like a 0021, or whatever the next number would be.
Oh,
But repairs and maintenance with nothing on it, it's kind of miscellaneous
Okay.
anyway, I think.
Yeah.
And I'm fine if we look at what we've done over the last couple of years and just, like, that's kind of the idea, like, it's obviously best guess, but we know we're gonna have repairs and maintenance, obviously we've replaced some of the older equipment.
Yep. So you can't change any of these names, Laura?
No.
Okay.
But we can add new ones potentially if we need to, so like, if we have a new piece of equipment that we wanna assign something to, Laura will eventually get the number on it, but we can add a line item in here right
Right
now.
now, we have 2 trailers, that's where I was going.
Okay.
Not that we necessarily need to break them out, but, it might be more descriptive.
If we wanna
Trailer
keep,
one and trailer
if
two.
we wanna keep, track of expenses by line, yeah, we can put those right in here, Laura will assign the account numbers.
I can't break my neck.
I'll just do like. Ready?
You want one?
Okay, so which one's which?
Can you identify them by year, maybe? Do you know, or?
Well, yeah, the one's a 2012, and then the other one's a 2014 Eager Beaver. The other one's a 12. Yeah, shoot.
Is it easier to do branding, like who the
Just-
manufacturer is?
Yeah, just do the year, 2012 and 2014. There you go.
And then we're gonna have to add rows for, the 2022 650, F-650.
Just one.
Will be
piece?
two total.
For which?
2022 F-650. And one for the 2025 Mac. I think that was it, that was all we needed to add for
Yeah.
Road and Bridge.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, I had to make sure you guys was aware of all that other stuff being gone now.
Right.
Right. Was
Just
there
those
anything else down the line though that we need to take out?
Nothing that Ring would necessarily.
No, I don't believe so.
Now, and then also the 12 and 14 trailer, is that in addition to, we already had one trailer up there?
No, we've had to.
No, but we already had one trailer line item.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
we'll
yeah,
give
yeah.
us delete that one, make
Okay.
it red.
Any other changes we need to make just start at the top, and obviously, you know, as we're kind of setting up for appropriations, we can, I don't know how you wanna do, we need to do it by account though, so I mean, obviously the first items up there are salaries for trustees and township fiscal officer. I know that's, you know,
Right.
hard to project exactly what the split's gonna be. Do we wanna account for those in here to start, or do we wanna put everything under general for that, just move into the actual salaries for the?
Yeah, I would say just do it with general for
Okay.
now.
Alright, so then I guess the first one we would wanna discuss is, you know, projections on salaries for our road department. Any major changes planned for next year as far as that goes? As far as like staffing, you know, pretty much.
Same personality.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly, so.
Yeah, it'll all stay the same.
We can figure, you know, pretty consistently in that 190 to 200,000 range.
I think so.
So, do we wanna put 200
Sure.
in there?
But that's gonna be for the whole year.
Right, that's the 20, yeah, I mean, that's the idea, is to kinda get a pick. I mean, ultimately, we can do temporary appropriations, but I think in conversations with Laura, probably, if we can get to the point where we can make permanent appropriations, it probably makes more sense.
It'll take time off when we do it.
Yeah, exactly.
In the spring.
So, I'll let you kinda walk through them, but, you know, what your thoughts are.
Well, we'll need, social security, that's gonna be, that's one you have to keep though, Laura, right?
Yes.
As well as Opers.
Yep.
Opers is gonna be the same situation, I think, same ballpark.
Right. Yeah, 'cause it's all based off of salary.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is that, 20,
20.
you wanna do 27.5?
Yeah. Social security, you probably can't get rid of that one even though it's been zero, right?
I wouldn't,
Okay.
Just 'cause you may ultimately have somebody,
Right.
but yeah, there won't be anything there. Medicare is gonna be basically what, 1.45% of your payroll, so.
Or go 28.
Here, Laura, it is 1.45, right?
yes.
Sorry. Pretty good on the mental math. Any changes on the benefit side of things? I mean, costs are gonna go up, they always do.
Yeah, that's there on the side of
So
cost.
do we wanna just add, you wanna add 10, 15%? How do you wanna do it? It looks like with December premiums, you know, probably looking at around 49 for the year.
Put 15, we'll be safe in there. I mean, it's
Put
50%.
on top,
Yeah.
so.
That's- That should be, that would be a huge, it would be a pretty sizable jump.
You wanna just do the same thing for
Sure.
all the
Yeah.
medical?
With all those, yeah.
Workers' comp's percentage of salary as well, right?
Yes.
Laura? Do you know what ours is by chance? Put you on the spot.
I'll try and look it up while you're going through the other
Yeah,
stuff.
we can come back to that.
I mean, uniform tool and equipment reimbursements,
Right.
that's just for reimbursements. How often does reimbursements come in?
Reimbursements for what?
Uniform, tools, equipment.
It's the only thing
Very-
we've had anything
very
in the last
rarely
4
you get-
years.
Yeah,
I
there's
would say no.
Yeah.
nothing on that.
Tax collection fees should be ultimately, you know, they'll go up a little bit, I would imagine, just because valuations went up, inside millage collection fees, they'll be.
Although we.
That's true, the allocation
will go
will
down.
be more, well, cause it'll be more allocated towards, general.
Yeah.
That's a good point. We did what,
Don't even bring it down.
I'm trying to think, percentage wise, we brought it down like, we went one instead of 0.4, so we brought road and bridge down from 2.6 to 2.
Two, yeah.
So what is that? That's like compared to the last couple of years, do you think we're gonna be in line with that, probably less,
We had a lot
more?
of stuff break down this year.
Well, we still have the old trucks. That's the scary part. And, I mean, you guys know what it cost the last time. I mean, it was right close to 20 grand, you know.
Would those have been in those probably wouldn't have been on the report on December first, right? Because those checks went out after the first.
Correct.
So we got.
Some of them, I think, went out.
Some
in
did, but
November,
not all. But so realistically, we're probably in that 60 to 70 range again this year.
I would I would keep it up about that 70,
Okay.
yeah.
So for projection, you wanna keep that there and then keep the individual ones at 0?
Well, we can break those out as further, like, I mean, but it's for the purposes of today, to really kind of get just a feel, I mean, if we're allocating 70,000 for repairs and maintenance, you know, I know it's a best guess, but, you know, doesn't matter whether it's on truck A or truck B.
Right.
So I guess here's the rest of the kind of overheads as far as road and bridge. I'm guessing those allocations aren't gonna change much as far as like, and if anything, I just think some of our IT and support bills have actually decreased a little
Yeah.
bit, but
Our phone bill is like, what, 150 a month, right, more or less,
More or less.
if we were rounding it. And Rick's is the only one that's in road and bridge, so, I mean, it's so.
And that's for the office phone, right?
That's,
Well-
that's cellular phone.
it's
No.
another one,
Oh,
it's another one where we've got everything kind of in
Sorry.
the miscellaneous
Okay.
account for 000.
Right.
If we wanted to appropriate separate just for the cell phone, it would be 120, but I'm, you know, for.
Oh, you're just keeping it all together?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, we probably wanna throw $1,500 in
Yeah,
there for
that's
now.
what I say.
Well, our electricity just went up a smidge.
Yeah, so, is it 13 to be safe on that, or maybe a little bit more? 13.5.
Not much. Natural gas never goes down.
Pretty good with Excel, Justin.
Yeah. Alright, so then, we wanna do the same thing on electricity, like 3 and 17.5?
For natural gas, yeah.
Well, natural gas looks like it's the one that's kinda all over the place, right?
Yeah.
The last,
Well, we had one year before, so
yeah.
who knows? There again, it's a best guess.
Right.
So you better go just a tick higher.
Okay, so what do we say, we wanna do 3 and, wanna do 20, just, is that too much, or? I mean, cause if you look for the last,
Yeah, those were big ones there.
those 3 years, the average is
You're on-
22.3?
You're on contracted services there though, right? Am I?
Yeah, you gotta go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're way off. Alright, natural gas.
I would just go.
Yeah, your average is 43.
50, 55, I mean, you never know, it
Okay.
might be on the cold,
Yeah.
and then contracted services.
This is kind of a catch-all then, or?
I believe it is, right, Laura? Contracted services is a pretty big catch-all.
I mean, I'm guessing, especially since you have this 2021 number of 170.
Yeah, that's whatever.
Would that be, what would that be like when we do a road project and,
But, no, the road project stuff is, I guess,
That might be, is that 22, column F is 22?
21, I think. 21.
Yeah, so it's 2020, 2021, 2, 3, or wait, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this is the, yeah, this is through December.
That had been like a million years
That's on, wondering if it,
That's way
Yeah.
too high.
In 21,
yeah,
is that 2021?
yeah.
Yeah, that would have been, probably a road somewhere at some point, you know.
I would just look at the last 3 years and go.
Yeah, I mean, your last
25
three-
and 16 and just like whatever, 24.
Your last 3-year average is 22.3.
We're significantly lower this year because did Bill Thorne's, did he come out of that one at all?
No.
No? We've been lower this year than.
Yeah.
I would be comfortable with 18 or 19.
Yeah.
maybe, because I'd really like to pinpoint expenses on each line
Yeah.
versus a general.
So let's do 18 on there.
Well, we still do uniforms. I don't know what,
They must
have been- Yeah, they- must have been
rolling up though.
Yeah, they go up probably into the contract.
yeah.
And they, like the engineers,
Yes.
and that's where we had a lot of our monies in 21, was, or no, 22. Yeah, because we had that, chip wall project down there at Lions Park. That took a lot of money.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Did we get the new numbers on the liability insurance from Otarma? Didn't we get those? Cause I mean, it's, our property insurance premiums have been stable, but
Yeah.
it's obviously liability that's
Yeah, I don't know.
been increasing pretty steadily. So we'll put 3 in there, and
We should have, what's it? We just signed that. I got
yeah,
more.
here, let me see. Those are fire district. This one.
That should be it.
Yeah, road insurance documents.
Page 6 or something. That's what I know.
Put it on the table, contents, hopefully. Yell it out if you see premiums on there anywhere.
Are there multiple attachments to that email?
I just see the one on this one, so I don't know if is this just the?
I don't, there was a return page on one, I don't remember.
Here, let's, for now, we can just.
Who's that check made out to, or is it Otarma,
Burnham and Flowers.
That was 34,564.
Can we put it all in road and bridge?
No, but the lion's share of it would be.
I was trying to see where, there we go, so, okay, so, we did 7. We did 7 and 21 this year, so we did about 75% in there. What'd you say the number was?
34,564.93.
So 26,000. operating supplies.
Operating side supplies other than salt, what other?
Do you
Well,
have
the material, the 25 grand we just appropriated for 8 slag, it's gonna
Yeah.
come in before March,
Yeah,
right, Rick?
Yeah,
So,
well, it'll have to come in before, yeah, it'll have to come in before June. Cause they're not gonna be, they can't chip and seal before June on account of the, oil, the NC 3000 oil.
but we're gonna receive that material, be billed for sure, well before June.
yeah,
Well, we should account for it for next year anyway, we're trying to do this kind of
Yeah.
for the full year, so, we could have additional, that won't be the only thing that we.
no,
need
that won't be
in
the
there,
only thing,
so-
but I'm thinking this past year, we had a bunch of 8 slag too, right?
No,
Wasn't this year, it was the year
Year
before?
before.
Okay, year before. So I would be in the mid-30s anyway.
It's like 35.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then we got what?
Fuel.
Fuel, yeah. We've kind of been all over the place with that one too, unfortunately.
well, yeah, you never know what kind, you can't
Right.
regulate that, you never know.
Well,
Yeah,
gas
one year
prices-
might be
You ain't got
heavy
prices,
and,
then you ain't got how much you use it.
But I think realistically, to be on the safe side, we should probably allocate, I can't see us getting by with less than probably 12.5, right?
I was gonna say 13. so
Yeah, I would
it's
say
pretty
we
close.
should at least be the second highest since I was at 22.
Yeah. And I know it's hard, you know, again, if it's a heavy plow season, you know, if it's that.
Now, here's where we're gonna need them quotes for Lance and
Right.
Coon Club
Yeah.
and Judco.
So we've got, I did not bring the Judco. Do you?
What was Judco, 115?
no,
Oh, you got it? Okay, good.
Well, what are the, I would say, bring me up to speed, because I know we talked about it a little bit.
Take a look at it, give that back to me.
What are the, Coon Club and Lance are the two that are gonna be like,
This-
this is the quickest need as
That's
far as
where
like
we're
road.
gonna use those 8 slags for, yeah.
So that's even included in the line item. She's got that written out that the township will be providing
The slag, so the slag number's in here,
yes.
so
no,
we should subtract.
It's
in here. no, that's just to put the slide down.
Oh, that's their cost to apply, that's
Okay.
not our.
Yeah.
That's,
I just wanna make sure we weren't double
no,
counting on
So
something.
take,
This is-
take that entire two
Take this
eighty-five plus.
because if I don't do this separately,
Right.
you know, Melway will charge us somewhere in the neighborhood of $95 to $100
Okay, so 280,
a ton to be putting it down.
Okay.
286.
That's crazy money. And then they can tell you whatever they put down, and no, I don't like that. I want to be able to control that. I will buy the stone, I'll load the stone, because I have an onboard scale on the loader, and then I know how many tons goes out. And that's what, you know, I tell them, hey, no, this is what we did. You have to keep track of it.
Yep, okay. And I know we talked about like, is the plan to do both of those this year?
Yes.
Okay.
And what was Judco? Did you say you had?
109 something.
110.
Yeah, just put one there.
That's an
That's the
addition, and
outfit.
that's an addition.
That's the outfit, the new
Yeah,
truck.
that's the outfit, that's the back end
We
of the
bought
new
the
truck.
truck.
This is the outfit.
That'll be somewhere else, or are we gonna do we do that under here as well? Put it
Oh,
on-
we could
yeah.
put it under Mac. We
Under
could
the
go
new
up and
truck.
put it under 2025 Mac.
Yeah, right,
Yep.
should we?
Yep, I would.
So,
Right
I'll pay
there,
that,
yep.
it's what, 110 you said?
110. Plus incidentals though, right, Rick? Are there gonna be incidentals? We got the plow for free?
No,
No?
for what? Not for the back.
Oh, not for the
No.
Mac.
assigned to it yet.
Laura will, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be 2031, 330, 323, something.
Right, yeah.
Okay. So then we're
And
at
then-
286 on that.
286.
Well, that's just for the 2 road projects
Yes,
to save for the 2
but
road.
we don't have the purchase of the slag included in that, if we want.
No, we put the slag up under the 27.5 and, or the 35 up under, operating
Okay.
supplies.
Okay.
The slag's up here.
Yeah, yeah.
Dues and fees? Is that like, we pay some stuff to the county for?
I think we
Fees
got,
up or?
I think we gotta back up one.
Oh.
I hate to interrupt you, but.
No, that's why you're here.
Yeah, we have to have 32.5 for, the culvert for, on Ballish Road too.
Okay, So to the 286?
Yeah. 32.5 was our portion.
Yeah, here's,
Okay.
that was just, I mean, it's just a rough, it's a rough idea. It could be, you know, it could be up or it could be down, depending on what the winter does and how it's not gonna be much more, but
Okay.
No, that's for real.
Dues and fees, what kind of, is that,
oh, okay, dues and fees. We do have our CUE, how much is our CUE dues?
$200 or something.
Yeah, 2 or 250 or something.
And we had our septic for 75.
Is that monthly?
no?
No, annual.
Cause we got about just 2,800 bucks this year in there.
And that's been the highest it's been.
Yeah.
I mean,
How do we do 3?
3,000?
Oh, there is one for, okay, she has it for CUE. Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's another one of those, it rolls up, yeah.
Okay.
So we can just,
Yeah.
safety, hygiene, supplies, I mean.
yeah. And I'm sure some of it, goes under operating supplies too,
Yeah. Yeah.
So the next big one is, machinery, equipment and furniture. So I don't know if we have anything major planned or on the need list for this year that would go under there, other than what we talked about, obviously with outfitting the truck and.
That's where we usually put, the mowers, Rick, Deere and Company.
Yeah, this year I'm not gonna do that no more. I'm just gonna keep what we got and,
They run good anyway.
yeah, I just hate, it's 3,500 bucks that we don't have to spend.
But
I mean,
if
there's no
something
way
was-
you're gonna spend $3,500 in a repair.
Don't jinx us.
Well, I hope not.
Okay.
So
So we can get away with nothing down there?
I'm just not sure what those two, what the were. I mean, that's a crap ton of money.
Right.
Which one are you looking?
Machinery, equipment and,
22 and 24.
22 and 24, yeah, they were big bills.
2022 and 2024.
Right.
In 24, we had one for Poland for 15,578, and then All-American Fire Equipment, because that was the BWC grant that we had to pay out, and that was 34,815 this year.
Oh, that's right. We had to
That's
put
right.
money up to get
Well,
a
'cause
bunch
We'll
back.
get rid of
Rick got some of the equipment. Some of the equipment came from.
Hold it.
Well, no, but when we did the BWC grant,
Right.
money for the extrication equipment, you also received some stuff, and then we just allocated most of the money off the road and bridge because the fire budget was major that we need to account for in there. So we'll throw a 0 in there.
Yeah.
And that pretty well gets us through road and bridge, and that will make that number. Oop, where'd it go? See, you told me I was good with Excel and I'm messing it up. Let's get on the road and bridge again. So yeah, so, I mean, that's ultimately, we have, you mark that road and bridge 915, 346. But obviously a big driver of that is the 2 road projects.
Well, right.
I mean,
Yeah, we're gonna have, we'll have big years and we'll have the small years. Coon Club and Lance has been neglected here for, well, not neglected, but we haven't done anything to them for quite some time.
I was hoping to hold off on Coon Club to try to get OPWC money, but I just don't know if we can.
Well, we can't, cause we have the, Dallas Road project, you can't,
Right.
they're not gonna let us double dip.
Right.
So we just have to buy some time with repairs. We just have to buy us a little bit of time.
Well, that chip and seal, or however you call it something different, that's gonna last us several years.
Well,
I
the
mean,
chip and
3
seal,
or 4, maybe,
yeah, probably 4 or 5 years.
so it buys us
Don't,
some time
you know,
to
they,
save.
they tell you 7, but don't buy that, that's a card you just do not buy. That, no, it don't
After,
last that long.
after Coon Club and Lance, how we looking on the rest of them? Anything else that's right around the corner, or we
Yeah, Egypt, that's gonna have to be, you know, probably here in a couple of years, I'm gonna have to pay attention to Egypt Road. And that's gonna be a motor pave. So,
How much more is that than chip and seal?
a lot.
Quite a bit. Did you bring those numbers by
Yeah,
chance?
yeah, did you bring your notes, Chris?
No.
Shame on you.
Well, the
I
county
did.
had that meeting, and they gave us good guesstimate numbers per mile on whatever pavement you wanted to use. It is substantially more, but you get a lot more for your money.
and it should last
Yeah,
longer than
sure.
And
Oh,
it's
yeah, it'll
substantial-
last a heck of a lot longer than your
substantially
chip
less than
seal.
hot mix too, but
Yeah, right. Right. But you're saying Egypt, how many years out? Just rough.
Probably a couple of years out, 3 years. Or we'll go for that. We may have to do some repairs. but
Well,
we'll
I'm just
try
thinking for the
three.
following year, you know.
Right, we're gonna have to replenish some of that,
money.
yep. Yeah, cause we've got, as it stands right now, I mean, Road and Bridge has about 700, just under 800,000. And then, I think the allocation on the last certificate of resources was like 460?
we'll have 846 starting next year, and then
Okay.
just under 500,000 coming in.
So right around 1.3, okay, yeah, but that's gonna, okay. Yeah, that kinda puts the pressure on,
Mm-hmm, paying attention for the next years.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I said, road's expensive.
Well, that's the reason I try not to, you know, I'll try to do, it's the reason I like to try to do some of the OPWC money. Try to help us do this.
Right.
So we don't drain our account. You can't afford to do, you know, just shell out, we can't afford to shell out all that money. So if we can get the OPWC money to help us through.
Yeah, and, just on a side note on that, that's, actually coming up for renewal next year. Commissioner, Hamel, shared at the Township Association meeting Thursday night. I guess that's on the ballot again next year for reapproval at the state level, so, obviously something we'll wanna get more information out, because that's I mean, if that program goes away, it's just another,
Oh, that's-
another strain on our budget.
Oh, that's gonna suck. We won't like that.
So,
And Rick, you were planning on, we talked about selling one of those older trucks once the Mac was up. and
Yeah,
running.
once the Mac is up and going, we'll get rid of one of the Western Stars.
When we can check
best
that
guess
money.
on what we could hope to get out of that though?
Probably 80, 90.
Okay.
Not
Well,
too
that's-
much less than we were expecting a couple years. A year and a half ago, we were thinking 110, weren't we?
With the plow.
Yeah, it goes with the plow and
But it's
everything.
a-
Yeah, salt spreader plow, everything goes
It's a
with it.
substantial amount.
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah, I'd like to try to check with some of the other municipalities to, I mean, it would be bad for a truck, I mean, it'd be great for somebody that didn't have much money,
Right,
that can't afford 240 or 50,000 for a new truck.
right.
So, you know, I'm gonna check with some of the other municipalities. Them trucks, they look good.
Yeah, they
I
do.
mean, but
Well,
they're,
they cost us
it's
money
nickel,
this year, but-
it's
Yeah.
nickel and dime.
They're all serviced now.
I know, yeah, we don't.
Well, yeah, but when we were down doing, election day, nobody believed that those were that old,
I know.
you know, based on how they look, so. You know, we've done a good job maintaining them, you've done a good job maintaining them. You know, hopefully we can recoup some of that cost.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
I think that pretty much covers road and
Yeah, I don't
bridge.
think, Rick, there's nothing out of the ordinary for cemetery. That's,
No.
we don't, yeah. Unless you guys have any questions, Rick.
No, the
Does-
cemetery budgets.
The cemetery board now, if I sell the lots, does that all go back in the cemetery?
Yes.
Also, I'm gonna hook you up today, cause I gotta go sell some more.
And I'm guessing what, that 23.5, that was the columbarium?
Yeah.
Columbarium.
Yeah, that was the biggest, that was the
Yeah,
biggest
it's-
expense.
It's
for
it's less than $2,000 a year typically.
Yeah, very typical. You wanna just put that,
Yeah.
rolling, yeah.
Just put all that under.
Thanks, Rick.
All right,
Thank you, Rick.
I gotta get out of here. Thank you, guys.
Would you like to plow through Township to a degree, or do you wanna
It's up to you
bring?
guys.
Just roll, I think the rest of it's pretty easy.
Well, I mean,
Chief still, he's gonna be in his office, right, so when we're ready to go to fire, you can just grab him.
Yeah, okay.
police contract's pretty simple. We know that's 400,000,
Mm.
and we need to account for
Tax collection.
tax collection. Is that was that the 87?
79.
77.
But just put 8.
Policing services we don't use anymore. Zoning we haven't been using. We just do all that through general. Obviously, this is just for the look back, but we no longer do fire and rescue under there. Marks grant, okay. So, permissive would be the next one that we have. Really any.
Yeah, those are all kind of similar, permissive, gasoline, motor vehicle.
Yeah, so we use that for like road
Well, that's what I was gonna say,
project
like,
stuff.
can we,
Those
since we can use these for, like, the Lance Road, for Coon Club.
Yeah,
definitely
yeah,
takes
we
some.
try to eat those up first, so we don't take as much out of 2031.
Cause these are the ones that are, just so that everybody paying attention, or anybody that's watching, I mean, these are the ones that are restricted, they can only be used
Correct.
for road and bridge, we can't
Right.
supplement that money.
Correct.
Yeah, it's
Anywhere else.
So, we can't use it for salaries either, or anything like that.
It has to be
Right.
straight,
Has to be,
legit. like,
Well,
road-
salt comes out, right, Laura, out of
Yeah,
permissive,
usually-
I think.
Yeah, 2231.
Yeah.
And that would, and then the same for the gasoline tax one. Okay.
Those 3, motor vehicle, gas tax and permissive motor vehicle, will have a combined carryover of 389,000 next year.
Okay.
And anticipated revenues of almost 172 Which
So in theory,
we
we
can
could take
offset
all
that
of,
road
we could
bridge.
take all of the Lance and Coon Club out of there.
Just a good portion there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, Lance and Coon Club was 385. I mean,
No,
or
286.
286.
Club.
Plus the, what was the addition for that? We stuck, it was
we
three-
threw, what's it?
there's an extra $30,000 put in there, and I forget what we were.
That was for the stone.
Slag.
That was for
No,
the
the stone was
slag.
up higher, wasn't it? You put that in your supplies.
We did,
Right there.
we did 318.5.
Operating supplies.
Oh, there was,
Balance.
The culvert.
Culvert.
Yeah, but I mean, that's another one, I mean, ultimately, we could pull that full 318 out of those funds.
I would.
Probably should. Alright, so let's take this out of here. What's, is there a breakdown, is one fund got more than the other, per se?
Yes.
Actually, no, hold on, I think I got it roughly here. Permissive, I've got it roughly 120. I know your numbers were maybe slightly, and gasoline had 337, so the gasoline tax is the bigger one. Actually, my numbers could be a little high. We probably could have gone out in December.
Yeah, you're right, so 388. Yes, and then permissive was 150.
So maybe take the road project out of gasoline and take the culvert out of permissive.
Yep.
You know, just break it up that way.
I'll put Nancy Coon Club there.
You said 117 remaining for permissive?
That's roughly what I had.
Yeah.
Okay. So permissive, let's throw, the culvert was 35.
Yep.
Alright. So we'll throw the permissive 35 contracted. And it does look like we take ice,
So,
salt out of there.
Yep. And our salt.
And then, where's where did I miss it? Missing my gasoline tax. Where did it go?
all together?
Yeah, did I not put it on here?
Laura, can we take the salt out of, the gas, or do we have to stay out of permissive?
Yeah.
No, you can take it out of gas.
Okay, I would do that too.
And then the 285 on the,
286.
286. So we'll do the 286 there. And then we'll come back down here to road and bridge and we can take this. Where was this? Did I already delete it?
What are you trying to identify? Which one?
The, must already deleted it. Yeah, cause we had the capital, I did already delete it, okay, the capital reserve, where we, cause we just took the road projects that we had in Road and Bridge that were, you know, the culvert and Lance and Coon Club, we had listed there. I just deleted it, we put it in those other two, so that brings down Road and Bridge to under 600,000, which,
Is in line with? Yeah.
Now, we didn't do salt yet, so salt can come out of that gas. We still have,
How much
salt's
is
gonna
gonna
be
be left?
30, salt's gonna be 35.
you wanna put it under the gas.
Yep. Yep, there you go.
So what are we up to?
Total?
321?
Yeah, 321 on gas, but actually, let's go down here. Totals. We're at 1.4. Allocated this for fire, but that includes the police levy. And really, the only thing left is the general fund
Yeah.
ultimately.
And then
our salaries, which are statutorily set, as well as an allocations for administrative assistant, just based off of, you know, what we've approved hours wise. I know that's again just a budgetary number.
Yep.
And then we're at the same point with, healthcare. I mean, we did 15% adjustment on the other, which is probably high, but we should, we'll be doing that renewal, what, like
May.
April, May? So those new rates will take effect, when do we get hit with those, June?
Probably, because they're usually due back to the.
Yeah.
May, I think.
So we'll know, so obviously our rates are gonna stay the same, but so let's just stick with the 15% on these. And then this is the one, Chris, I mentioned it to you earlier, Laura, the workers' comp that comes out of the township, is that exclusively fire district? Like, we don't have there's no workers' comp for.
Correct, cause they fall
for-
under a different class.
Right, but it doesn't include like anybody in the office or any of us, we don't have, okay. So,
Actually, with.
And it's 0.67 cents per $100, I looked it up,
0.67?
per $100.
And that's but that's for like our firefighters and EMT, like our paramedics. Or is that for like all of us?
All of us.
We get
Include-
workers' comp? We're covered under it?
I think so.
That's crazy.
I was just gonna
Okay.
say, maybe elected officials aren't, but I think that Kristen would be.
But that number at 25.6, the reason it's that high is because it includes
Includes fire.
fire, right?
Slam your head in the drawer. I go for him when the stars.
Sorry, Laura, that 25.6 though, that includes the firefighters, so
Yes.
is there anything that says we have to pay it out of the township? I know why we've done it in the past, because it was the fire budget that was under, you know, more strain, but now that that's no longer the case, is that a cost that, like, how hard is it for you to break?
Very. We went through that, last year, we had back and forth with Sedgwick, and it'd be easier to figure out the bill and reimburse it than to set up a whole nother account, because then they do a look back. They would do like.
Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't meaning to set up, like, to change it on that, and I'm saying like we do with bills that come in,
Oh, yeah.
and we split it between, you know, the internet bill that we split.
Yep.
We can do that, so
Oh,
breaking out the cost, because I'm gonna guess the vast majority of that pay, or that amount, is fire district.
Well, we just gotta make a note then for fire to.
But
Yeah.
easy,
0.67 cents
per hundred, so, good old equation time. Salaries.
Would that include chief too? Even though he's under a contract position?
Yeah, but he's paid under the fire district side too, so.
No, I just, I didn't know if it'd be him being a contract employee. if that-
Obviously, that's. Yeah, it does, is 30,600 for. Yeah, that's right, okay. So, you know, that's 25,000 we shifted over to the chief. He can break the news to him.
But it's legit, it should be allocated that way.
Yeah, I mean,
What was saying
Well-
fire's gonna be out of that?
ultimately about 25,000 of that 25,683 is because of the, well, payroll, if you think about it, like,
Yeah.
just
Gotcha.
includes,
Yep.
that number will probably go up a little bit, cause we haven't put in the zoning inspector's salary yet, we haven't put in, the, zoning secretary, or any of that stuff.
Workers' comp on the road and bridge there.
Yeah, but that was just on their salaries, yeah.
Because they'll have.
Yeah, I mean, I can go in and put I can adjust that to actually use the formula as well, because we've got salaries there, workers' comp.
All right,
Oh, you know what, we didn't, we waited for Laura to, yeah, so, here, so,
I mean, those guys will tally up some.
yeah, 200,000 divided by 100, times 0.67, 1340. That seems to stay here. Yeah, I don't know why that's, maybe that might be a typo on my part on the 6 then, but that's the calculation based off of.
Well,
Or,
it makes
or
sense, 'cause in
is
20
road and bridge a different number?
It just split between, like, township and fire.
So the part that's split to the township, does that then get divvied up between road and bridge and general? Probably should.
Yeah.
Most of this goes this
Yeah.
way, so it should fund themselves. I would think. Puts a little more math on it, but that's okay, it's
Right.
a little more clean. So actually, yeah.
It's
we're gonna
less of a,
split it three ways.
it's less of a, yeah, it's less of a worry now that we've, reallocated some of the inside millage to give general fund a little more juice, That was why you because the bulk of our inside millage went to road and bridge, that's why you typically try to take as much out of there as you could. So, alright, so then let's go back up to accounting and legal fees. I'm guessing this is our audit number.
Yes, and whatever bill was paid out of.
That's why the first
Bill.
couple.
So that's why the number's down significantly, and we won't have an audit bill next year, so
Correct.
do we really, we probably should allocate something for Bill. I'm sure we'll here and there, or potentially, other legal services, but I don't think we need to probably put more than, 2,500 in for now?
Sure. It's a good enough overall line item anyway.
Auditing services, we shouldn't have anything for auditing services this year, right?
Was that accurate at 1040 for this last one?
No, it should be like 4,500.
Yeah.
That was the additional that was paid, because the time frame was but 2 years.
Yeah. Any of that just paid out recently though, it might have been after the December report? No.
We haven't paid for this current one yet.
So that's gonna be on 25.
So we
But
probably should.
it's gonna be 4,800 for township, 4,800 for fire district, yeah.
So we probably should throw 4,800 in there for accounting,
Yeah.
because we probably won't get the bill till next year. Okay. UAN fees,
It's 876 times 4 for both sides. What is that, 3250? It's per quarter.
okay. Yeah, as I said, we've got like 3,500 in it this year.
Yep, 3504.
There you go, okay. And then that'll be on the fire district as well?
Yes.
Okay. What do we, tax collection fees, that'll actually go up on general, probably double, because we went from 0.4 to, because the tax collection fees are a percentage of what they collect, right?
Yeah.
So,
So we went from,
0.4 to 1.0, so,
I think we were estimating to get 127.
yeah.
Before we bumped it up, now it's gonna be 295, so.
So yeah, you're probably looking at 2.5 times what we had in here, so call it 70 to 15, probably wanna throw 20,
Yeah.
cause it came down on road and bridge, so. must have broken them out on something else though, 'cause it did go down significantly. Where else would we?
Well, it was a bigger overall amount.
Wonder if we took tax collection fees out of something else though.
Probably not, so anything that wasn't road and bridge went to,
Well, then that must, then, I'm guessing.
well, there's, because those other ones are not tax collection. They're other sources, but they're not property taxes.
Well, I'm just saying, cause like our road and bridge allocation last year was only like.
Or
9.
police, there might be some under police.
Yeah.
You did, in fact, you bumped that up.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, but we had 500 this year. That's probably a high estimate then, is my guess. I'll bet you that comes in less than that.
It went from 0.4
I know.
to 1, you know, right?
But our tax collection fees for last year were only, or for this year were
So.
7.
Oh, we got hit because there was extra tax collection, right? So they, didn't they ding us for
And
another?
from Palker too, we got charged tax collection fee on Palker.
But that's 7 plus 8, that's only 15.
So it should be 2% of what all the taxes we collect. Cause it's 1.99, so I'd say 2%.
And you said 110, yeah, so
127, wasn't it? That was our,
you said 120.
it had jumped up to 295 after we
So
reallocated.
295. So it should be like $5,900.
And what would have been on the 127 initially? Far less, obviously.
25. So why did we put, why do we pay so much? It's just gotta be the way that it's broken down, like between accounts, it's gotta be.
Yeah, because it.
Cause it does look like the numbers have kind of bounced around, you know? 2022 was
What happened to
14,000.
22? Yeah.
So we can probably have that, honestly, that's probably more than enough. And we can always,
And if it's within
yeah,
needle drift, if.
yep, agreed.
Sorry about that.
Travel and meeting expense, probably gonna be roughly about the same with OTA and everything like that.
Probably.
So 4,500?
Yeah.
Well, training services back up a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Do we? Oh, I think we probably
They
have.
get free videos and stuff, but I don't know what other training.
I'm just thinking that this would not include road and bridge folks, so this.
No, I would think we would do training, I mean, it could,
What about zoning though?
yeah, that.
Oh, we're in general, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I mean, we should probably, and I don't know, Laura, on your end, does it make more sense to break out training, like with admin and zoning?
Yep.
Have a separate one?
Yeah.
So we may wanna create one. Cause I've gone back and forth, Laura and I have talked about it a couple of times about like, cause we used to use the whole fund for zoning. And I don't know that it really probably doesn't make, since there's no set levy or funding mechanism other than fees that come into there, it probably is.
That's gonna make an abrupt change here.
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, I think
Mhm.
creating, using the zoning fund doesn't make a lot of sense, but having line items that are allocated towards,
I agree.
you know, zoning probably makes more sense for us to be able to kind of keep track of what's where.
Yeah.
So, you know, do we wanna add a zoning under the training?
Yes, I would.
Oh, so you're good, okay.
So, yeah, so use, where the heck are we?
Trying to get rid of it.
So we use training services for all of, like, the township, like admin and like, you know, even Rick's, like even service we could put under there.
Do we have a training under road and bridge?
I thought there was one, yeah, and I didn't.
What
we
about
don't-
those safety meetings that,
Right.
are monthly, wouldn't that fall under like a training?
Oh, yeah, sure, and that's an
So-
expense, it's not
Yeah.
much of one, but it is,
Road and
yes.
bridge, we did have training service,
actually,
Did you allocate money on that training?
We did
we
not.
pay a fee
Should we
to
put-
be a member.
They always get free videos.
Right.
Yeah, it's something.
Hey Chris, speaking of training for road and bridge, I don't know if they've done their sexual harassment for the year, but they really pay close attention to that training.
Okay.
I know they do other trainings, but just one that they just always increase.
But I do think we should probably create a sub-account for training for zoning, like,
I mean, too, because that's a whole classification of people, and I encourage the commission to go, the BZA to go.
well, and Laura, for, on your end, how hard is it if, we like, when we allocate, cause we allocate obviously salaries for the zoning commission or for the BZA for like their meetings. And we typically pay them as if it's a meeting, if they go to a training, but we probably should account for it differently. Like, so if they were paid for 12 zoning commission meetings and 4 trainings, it doesn't cause any issues for you to pay out of both accounts when you're issued, cause I know we issue them one check a year, right?
Yes.
So it's not a big deal if, 12 meetings get paid out of one fund.
Right.
You can account for it on there.
Yep.
Okay. I just think that probably makes more sense, plus it allows us to track,
Mhm.
what we're paying on the meetings versus, cause a lot of times we'll use those numbers when we try to figure out like what we're gonna charge for a variance application, because we have to pay to have the board here to meet, to hear it and stuff like that. So if we're bloating that number by adding trainings to it, kind of throws it off some, so, alright. So then I guess the question is, do we wanna allocate anything for staff training?
I would, I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of funny since we haven't done it before, but, I mean, ideally, we have
Well, we'll have 14 board members, yep.
Now, in that, are we gonna include, Sherry and Karen in there as well?
I would probably put those in the, just the regular training,
Okay, so they're.
cause they're like staff versus board.
Okay.
Though I guess if we're doing zoning, we could throw those in there now. I mean, obviously, normally training services, we would probably throw like, if we did the education subscription, but, the County Township Association covered that, so there's no, the nice thing is, we don't have to pay the bill, but we have those training resources that are available to our members through the Ohio Township Association, we just don't have to pay for it,
Right.
so we don't have to account for it there.
I
But
would
this
say
would
we
be-
should put Karen and Sherry in zoning,
In zoning,
because,
okay.
for future reference,
Yeah.
if we wanna,
You know how much
reconfigure
we're paying
fees
to.
or whatever,
Yep.
we should try to get zoning, fund itself best as possible.
So then,
Absolutely.
ultimately, the main training,
16 members.
cause on zoning,
Yeah.
16 members, you're not gonna have all of them attend all of their training, but the county usually offers 3 to 4 a year. There's usually, they do a pretty good job of offering different seminars, or making us aware of seminars that are available at, through the different universities or state level, zoning stuff, so, I'd probably figure if we're gonna budget, count on probably everybody attending an average of probably 2, so you got 14 people at, 2, so 28 meetings. At, and we pay them $40 based on what they're doing now, so, you figure around $12 to $1,500 is probably more than enough in there.
Do we reimburse for mileage or anything if they go to, I know there was once or twice we've gone to Kent.
If we did that, would that fall under the, our travel and
It might.
meeting and travel?
It might.
If we were gonna reimburse, one of our zoning members, we should probably do it under travel and meeting expense, right? Okay.
And some of them have fees. Did you calculate fees in that? Or just our
The
costs?
4,500 was just kind of what I figured, that's a little bit of a padding, we're not gonna spend that much on OTA, and outside of that, I don't think, we typically don't have, most everything else is within the county, so like for us to be reimbursed on anything, it's gotta be outside of the county.
No, I'm talking about for training for zoning, you have the 1,500 there, is that strictly just paying our members $40?
Yeah.
Yes.
roughly, with a little bit of a pad. If
Some-
every one of our board members went to 2 meetings that we paid them $40 for, it would be right around 1,200, so that's got
Some of
a little bit of
fees
fluff in there.
For the meeting itself, some of it.
Some of them do, yeah,
So,
yeah, and we can do reimbursements on there.
It's a relatively low number anyway, in the
Right.
grand scheme of things, so I'm good with it, but.
And then ultimately, I don't think, I mean, training services, we could probably throw another 500 on there for, anybody else on the staff, but you know. Okay. I guess the other one, I mean, we could kind of talk about this a little bit, but maybe one of the other expenses that we need to account for somewhere is, the newsletter. If we do, and we can, I don't know if I approve it now, but, we've spent, it was about $4,000 on each of the 2 newsletters, so we wanna probably allocate, I'd say at least 9 somewhere, for that. Do you do that out of postage, advertising, other communication, probably the other communication?
Yeah, Kristen's gonna get it at 0.
What?
You're selling advertisements for it already.
No, she's bringing in money for it, we still have to account for the expense.
I know. Kristen, you're rocking. Yeah, no, you're right,
So, we'll just throw that in there, again, at least putting it in the budget to be able to do the 2 newsletters for next year. Telephone bill, probably roughly saying you guys go with 5.
Yeah.
We didn't do a breakout there, postage,
Do we wanna do, beef up website at all, or if we end up doing
we better talk about
Well,
that
I mean,
too.
that's another one of those ones where, ideally, I think at some point we're gonna have to do it. I mentioned it briefly at the one meeting before, I think it's 2027, we have to be ADA compliant with our website. I don't know anything about, I can throw together a website, but I don't know anything about making it ADA compliant. It's to the point where, you gotta do things like color schemes.
that company that you identified?
Yeah.
And that's not just making it compliant, but they can do the whole ball of wax.
Well, I think eventually that's probably where we wanna go. It's not cheap, but at the same time, it's not crazy expensive. I wanna say, off the top of my head, I think the quote, I think it was like $4,500 a year,
But didn't
and
you say,
there was like $1,000 setup fee.
but didn't you say people could book, potentially book rentals and do zoning
I
permits
think it
and
had
all that on
those
there?
functions on there, so.
I would
Some of the
budget
stuff
for
was
that, and I
add-on.
would push for it next year, to be honest with you, I would get the ball rolling.
Well, it'd be nice to do it all at the same time with the .gov.
Well, and that's just
Make
it. That would be my thought process on it. If we do it, is you do it with the .gov, and then that way too, you can kind of set it up. We can take the .com website and page is moved or redirect it to the .gov. I think the advice to keep the .com website is probably a good one. But moving to a .gov, just adds a little more.
And eventually that .com will be will become obsolete on its own, but in the interim, it can redirect people to.
Well, yeah, you can redirect it so that if somebody even just tries to type it in and go directly to it, they just automatically kick to the .gov, so that website ultimately doesn't.
It won't be
it's
taken
just
over
a
by
domain.
another Lafayette.
Well, no, I think, yeah, I think we probably always wanna have ownership on it. The other thing is, I sent you guys out the proposals, I'd hate to have another meeting on it, but they are offering a pretty substantial 4th quarter discount, if we wanted to sign up before the end of the year.
Yeah, before you move off of postage,
Mhm.
Sherry's been pounding the BZA with
I say
certified
6,
letters, so
yeah.
we better put that at 6, and then
Yeah.
I would go right up the website,
Where was that?
couple clicks up, one more. I would put $6,000 there.
Yeah.
5 and 1 is
It'll
6, so.
yeah, and I think it's ultimately under that, but, there's just so much more functionality on that website, and,
Well, it makes Sherry's job easier.
it makes Sherry's job easier, it gives us way more ability to put stuff online. Should we ever decide we wanted to be able to take payments online, or do anything along those lines, the functionality is there to be able to do that.
Ultimately, it's easier for the residents if it becomes a.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that's nice about it too is you know, when we had talked about doing a mailing list, and like having an email list, you know, Marty had even mentioned, concerns over whether that becomes a public record, which I thought were a bit far-fetched, but honestly, the state Supreme Court ruled that that's actually a thing, so by utilizing this service, we wouldn't have to maintain a list for people that wanted notifications, they could just sign up right on it and say, hey, anytime you guys schedule a meeting, I can get a notice, anytime a zoning commission, anytime they update I mean, it allows people to, build a much more interactive website without having a programmer on staff.
Right.
You know, we already asked Kristen to do a lot, you know, asking her to program a website is probably a bit much.
I don't know, Kristen, what do you think?
She would certainly try to
I like
tackle it, that's for
No,
sure.
I like this website idea, this sounds great.
Alright, well, let's throw it on there, and, you know, I'll go back over everything and get some more information out to you guys so we can take a look at it. Maybe I can get him to commit to
First
holding that.
quarter extension?
Well, yeah, even if I tell him, hey, look, we don't have another official meeting until, you know, January 2nd. But it's definitely something that's on the board's radar and probably something that we wanna do. Can you give us that first week and honor these prices? We'll see how bad they wanna get their sales numbers, how bad they wanna start the next year off. Cause the other thing too is, I mean, we could always look at, you know, talking to some of the other townships that they're gonna be faced with the same thing as far
Oh,
as
yeah.
ADA compliance, you know, so
They
maybe
very-
we get a countywide,
They very well may
Discount.
have something, somebody speaking on the OTAs, I don't know,
Mhm.
last couple
Oh,
of
I
years.
bet you they will.
They have, a couple classes on.
It'll be the
Yeah,
buzzword
sure.
anyway in the hallways.
Websites.
so, alright, so that's, let's see, what else do we need? Down to utilities. And it's like, it's pretty consistent right now, 35, 4, 42, you wanna do like 45, just to.
That was electricity, right?
Yeah. Water and sewage, we actually last year, or this year, it looks like we've taken out a road and bridge. But previously we'd taken out of here, but also doesn't look like it's a significant bill. Do we wanna just allocate it in everything under township? From a utility standpoint?
Sure.
Laura, any reason not to do all the utilities out of? We had water and sewer, it looks like we previously been doing it out of general, and then this year we took it out of road and bridge.
We were kinda going by the 75-25 rule, or,
Trying to split everything.
you know, 60-40, cause service has what, 2 buildings? The one across, and then the one that's attached to town hall, and then admin just has admin, so. It's up to you guys how you wanna do it.
Now, but we were probably doing that more because general fund was the one that was always on the tight side, but since we changed the allocation of inside millage, we more than doubled the funding that comes into general. Probably easier for you to not have to split it between accounts, right?
I'm used to it now, so
Alright, fair
truly,
enough.
it's up to you guys.
Well, I mean, you know, town hall restrooms, that's the only restrooms that the,
Right.
Service has.
service staff has. It's also used for town hall rentals, which should go under general, so to speak. I mean, I don't know, just,
Then let's just throw it under here and it's, maybe what, 400,
Yeah, it's
we'll more than
not-
cover it. What do we have here? Natural gas. 2. Contracted services, and it looks like here we've rolled up, fax, phone, computer, cable. I'm guessing KGC would be paid out of this one as well, contracted services, general?
Yeah, but we can make a separate line item if you want to.
let's do that, let's
Do
do
it.
it separately, because that, even though that's a utility or a contracted service, so to speak.
So,
Do we wanna do one for, like,
Yeah,
phones?
Lightspeed.
Josh, forgot his name, yeah, Josh, I would do that for him as well.
the split's what, 1,600 each side roughly? Then there's like some license fees and everything like that, so probably wanna do 1,800 times 12?
It was 21.6,
We
we
may
made
take
22.
a month or two might come from ARPA.
Oh, that's
But
true,
it's-
that's just a savings.
Yeah. I
But
wouldn't
yeah,
worry,
you're
I wouldn't
right.
worry about
In
it.
lights,
Yeah, and then Lightspeed was, I don't even think it was that much, was it? Oh, well, yeah, cause, one of
Cause he's
the dark
combining them
fibers.
both to one bill.
That's right, but we're gonna do half and half. Was it 800, was the total bill 800
I
a
was
month?
gonna say
It was, it
Nine
was,
something?
it was like 8.
So, 6 grand, you do 500 for each,
Yeah.
500 for the, yeah, call it 6.
6, and then we'll do fire for 6 and call it a day.
What was the breakout? Wow, shoot, what did we do? Did I put, was I smart enough to put the equation in here? This was like 34 something, wasn't it? For,
Yeah, yeah, you're
last
right, it
city.
was 34.
So we'll do 7 up here, cause we did 27.5 down there. So 7. Office supplies. Kristen's high maintenance. on
Does,
office
I was gonna
supplies.
say, does Christine get her own line?
There,
To get,
it won't be as high next year. We didn't have
to
anything.
get the services, it comes with a little
Yeah,
bit of cost, so it's well worth it.
It's well worth it.
There was
and it's
no
not-
pencil sharpener, there was no staplers, there was
What do you guys think?
everything.
Well, you think next year will be a little bit lighter?
14,000?
It should be better too, and we figured out that we were like,
Well, because you switched to WB Mason during the year too.
we
didn't
did
you,
that,
to get-
but like
whatever.
Rick was telling me stuff he needed, and then they were like, oh, it's high, I'm like, oh, because I'm ordering stuff for service, and we're just putting it all together. So
Okay.
like last month, Rick needed like garbage bags and batteries and like all kinds of stuff, so I said to Laura, make sure you take this out of Road and Bridge,
Gotcha.
cause
Okay.
it's theirs.
so
But no, but
it's-
we had to like
it's
stock up,
23,
we
yeah.
didn't have a ton of stuff.
Okay.
We just like harassing you though.
Right.
I know. Most of it's paper.
Dues and fees.
What, hey, Laura, what were the dues and fees?
For
General.
General fund,
Well,
dues
we
and
don't
fees,
have,
they're kinda all over.
your bank fees coming out, you have, wait, I can pull up a ledger, so.
What was the big daddy in 2023?
Probably, just, well, based on the fund numbers, did you do like, SP, well, no,
No, that
SPCA's
had
of the
some
fund?
line item.
What about feeding Medina County? Wasn't some given to them too?
Do you want me to look this year or next year?
Yeah.
Well, we were just
This
looking,
year they said no.
cause they've been pretty consistent the last couple of years, but 23 was a, obviously a big jump up. So there was some spike last year, in the fees. but 75 is probably
Ooh, that's high, but I
Or
would take
7.
75, whatever.
7.
Yeah, 7 sounds good.
I just figure the nice thing is if we give just enough of a cushion in there, you know, especially for some of these smaller ones, we can give her authorization to open a blanket. She can open her blanket at the beginning of the year, and then, you know, that'll help with some of the stuff that we've been discussing with the audit.
Mhm.
Actually, I guess, do we wanna put a line item in for special events?
We always approve dollar amounts for those,
And-
but
But do we wanna appropriate some money for that type of stuff, cause I'm gonna,
Isn't our bicentennial next year?
yeah,
Then we probably should, I would say.
yeah, and it better be a little steeper than we normally.
It's what, Halloween was 500.
Halloween was 5, right?
right,
Mhm.
What else did we have?
Well, cause then how much, we'll think about insurance too.
Yes.
Oh,
Good
yeah,
point.
that's right, the insurance.
Depending on what
So
we're
it was
gonna
a grand.
do.
An extra 5.
well, you
Yeah,
want
that was an extra 5, and then that was per event,
an extra 500 per event.
I believe so.
Now, would we account for that under here though, or would we put that back under insurance? Or would we have a special event insurance?
I don't know if we have to have a special event insurance, but a special event,
Expenditures.
expense.
Okay.
That way you're looking at the whole.
I just wasn't sure if we had to account for it under other insurance, but yeah, I mean, just given the feedback that we get from those events and how much people like doing them, I mean, ultimately, and I know Kristen enjoys putting those together, even though I'm sure it takes an immense amount of time. I mean, it'd be nice if we could almost get to the point where we're doing something like quarterly, you know,
Like to do at Lions
Yeah.
Park, get people into the
well,
park.
or at, now that the town hall's been redone, especially if you try to do something in the first quarter when weather's maybe an issue, you know, even if we just did a
Food truck Friday.
food truck Friday or, something around one of the
And for the
earlier.
record, that is Laura's.
I know,
Yeah,
but,
well,
but
like,
yeah, to do something where you have
breakfast, like-
almost like a quasi open house,
Yeah.
now that we've got the town hall done and a chance for people to see,
Absolutely.
what's been done.
So that's $1,000 a quarter, and then you got
Yeah,
your
probably.
bicentennial.
I'd probably allocate at least, I mean, you gotta probably throw at least 5, maybe 7,500 into it.
Are you counting the bicentennial in there?
Well, I guess it depends, well, if we do something for the bicentennial, that probably replaces one of the quarterly ones,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
you know?
Yeah.
And I'm not even sure we necessarily get up and running doing something quarterly
Right.
this year, but ultimately I'd like to see
Yeah.
that kind of maybe be the goal.
Oh, I would too. So 5,
That's still a relatively low line item in the grand scheme of things.
Is
So
it?
let's
It is.
budget what we think might, if you wanna have a really nice, cool bicentennial
I
celebration.
think it'd be nice to be able to do something
Yeah.
like that, especially given that we can do it in the summer, potentially, when the weather's a little bit nicer. You alright with that?
she goes, can we call a food truck now?
You guys buying lunch, we're gonna be here like all day.
Laura's stomach is like, "Rrr."
So let's throw 5 in there for now.
Yep.
Okay. Alright, so zoning salaries, obviously.
Central Lafayette requesting your squad mutually to town, 8015 Rogers, 8015 Rogers Road, 76-year-old female, Volvicom.
So
She
we
said they sent
got,
sometime
this would
yesterday
just
afternoon.
be for
First page at 1136.
Sherry, cause I think did we have zoning secretary? No, we did not. Okay, so this would be
Aaron?
Karen and Sherry, the zoning inspector and the,
Under salaries, right?
yeah.
Yep.
And we've got Sherry permitted for up to 28 based on current setup, and I think we did we do 15 on the zoning inspector, or the secretary, or was
I
it
think
10
it was more than that, wasn't it? Did we go below 24?
hours?
Not that she ever
For
charged.
the zoning inspector, I'm pretty sure we did, but I think it was carved out at, with permission, she could exceed, but realistically, I think Karen averages about 6 to 8 hours a week. So I figure if we say 40 times, what are we paying, 22? 20.
21, I believe.
So 840 a week, 52 weeks.
Medina County, Lafayette, Medic 2.
Boy, yeah, so they clearly come in way under maximum allotment. But do we wanna,
It's telling me there's a line item somewhere that we're using for that. Laura, general salary zoning, that is definitely Sherry and Karen, for
Yes.
sure.
both of them?
Man, that
Seems
seems a
awful
low
low.
number.
Does seem like a low number.
Because if you do Sherry
Sherry's
by
generally
herself.
28 hours a week, isn't she?
She's pretty close usually because of all the stuff we've been having going on. I mean, I know she wasn't early and but, cause she was acting zoning inspector from the get-go. We haven't paid her out anything else?
Yeah, that seems low.
Alright, well, either way, I think realistically, we should probably approve based on like what the max is. I know we are gonna potentially, review all that at the organizational meeting, but I'd say we probably wanna set that at like 44, to cover both of them. I mean, obviously they're
That's
mostly.
max hours, right,
Yeah.
so.
14 per meeting, and then you have, well, 7 on the zoning commission, 7 on the thing, but, the BZA last year went to basically doing monthly. No, they do one a month, but they do a set schedule, because before it was always on an as-needed basis, but, I mean, I wanna say we probably did more variance hearings this year than the last 5 years combined. So the potential is for each board to probably meet once a month minimum, and the zoning commission usually has anywhere from 2 to 6 months where they meet a second time.
Yeah,
You know,
absolutely.
so I would figure you gotta look at probably estimating based off of probably 18 zoning commission meetings and probably 12, BZA meetings. Cause I don't think the BZA will ever really have a reason for a special,
No, they were-
special one.
They've heard multiple appeals and.
Right, and then we've got a pretty good setup where they just review the findings of fact and approve their minutes at the next regular meeting. It doesn't slow the process down any. So I'd say realistically, you should probably account for 30 total meetings of both boards. If everybody shows up to every single one, that's 7 people, so 210 times 40. So 8,400. I mean, obviously,
That's
well,
definitely higher than, but we're probably tracking higher
We're-
this year than we were last year.
yeah, we're definitely gonna be higher this year
For
than we were
sure.
last year, so you're I would guess, you know, when Laura writes all those checks, it's probably gonna be in that 65 to 7 range, so, you know, to put it at 84, I think is,
Not outside.
no. Overs, that'll be what, probably, well, I guess it depends. So, I mean, obviously, we should probably bump those numbers up a little bit. I'm guessing it's probably, you know, 1 on overs, 1 on social security. But
Who's over?
Karen's probably an over, because especially with her work for the hospital and everything, that she's probably already in the system. And I'd imagine Sherry's on social.
Okay, so we should keep those.
Yeah, you should probably pad both of them a little bit, because especially Sherry will probably have more hours. There's a decent chance she's gonna have more hours, or at least similar, so probably do like 750 and 3.
Yeah.
You have to withhold Medicare even for the zoning boards, right?
Yep.
So this will be. Helps if you do the parentheses if you want to. Nope, I got the first one on the left of the row there.
Got it.
Alright. There we go. Yep. Alright, what do we got here? Phone postage and advertising. Is this all under zoning as well? Is that what these? Did we already do phone up above? Or we created a new
split.
one for phone?
Yeah, we split.
Gotcha.
We split the.
Do we wanna make her split with zoning too?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, we
So-
maintain one admin building there, it's.
I meant, but we put, light speed up above, so we probably don't need this one here then.
Yeah, I would think so.
Postage, why do we have a second postage?
Does zoning have their own postage?
Yeah, zoning, sometimes they send out like big
Certified letter.
Gotcha, okay.
things.
It's so
Yeah,
minimal,
especially
though,
for,
I mean,
well, yeah, so I mean, we could probably, we spent 100 this year, and I'm guessing we just bought like a book of stamps, and we have some in. Alright, so we should just throw another 100 on there. Advertising, I mean,
That's legit, it's a.
well, it is legit, but actually, the State House, they just passed, the omnibus, the us of the duty to, all public notices, website and message board will be sufficient. You may no longer have to do the newspaper at all.
So as it stands now.
As it
still-
stands
hasn't
now, it's
passed
still there, but
municipal
if that gets signed into legislation, we may not have to do it next year. So I would still obviously throw some,
Does that apply for legal notices too?
I believe the carve out is for everything.
Well, it's gotta go to committee,
Yeah. Well, no, it's
but
been,
we'll know soon.
yeah, we should, yeah, or they may punt on it too, but, yeah, again, that'll be another topic of the OTA, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they'll brief us. Whose contracted services is this one?
Lewis Land for the footer
All the footer
certification.
certificates.
Yeah, what we're gonna do next year, 3
Yeah.
with them?
It sure doesn't seem like it's gonna be that many, you know.
This is gonna look like a good savings, but it's also gonna generate less fees.
Well, I was gonna say that
Oh,
it's
I
pretty
know.
much all offset,
Yeah.
and then some, cause I think we get billed $350
I think we get
and we
50
charge
bucks on it.
$400 for the, administrative fee, so.
Might as well knock that back to,
Would knock it down to 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
That's
half
gonna be
probably,
high.
probably, cause that's still, 5 would still be 12, actually probably closer to 14, 14 homes, and I don't think there's 14 left in any of the developments over there.
No, there was 4 left a month ago.
Right. So, more office supplies.
Yes. We love
I think we
our
accounted for them
supplies.
up above.
I think we do too.
Okay.
In fact, I would, some of these, Justin, if you wanna highlight
Highlight
red,
is red.
Yeah.
What, Laura, do you know what the, 130 must be the zoning, like 1,130
Yeah.
must be all zoning stuff, so, I mean, do we account for office, like, does zoning order their own office supplies?
We have it broken down.
Okay, then yeah, we should probably leave that one there and put a little bit in it maybe, but,
Yeah, if she breaks them down, then
yeah,
what the
let's,
hell?
Oh, you have.
just be on the
Yeah,
safe side.
yeah, right.
Contributions to other organizations, we didn't do that,
expenses, refunds.
that,
It's hard to put a positive dollar on it.
well, I think that was, is that the money that we had, they got, the 118 other organizations, is that the money that came into the township that had to go to the fire district? Cause the state sent it to the wrong place?
That's exactly what it was.
So, that's gonna happen again next year, isn't it?
I'm sure.
And do we know how, that's the rollback money, right?
Yep.
So it'll be roughly about the same. So in theory, we should put it there,
Yeah,
cause otherwise we have to do the emergency
Yep.
appropriation at the end of the year. But is that the better way to do it maybe, since we don't, cause it'll just be a one-time, we should probably wait till it comes in, so that we can do exactly what it is.
cause that could skew a budget, it looks like.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
it looks
yeah,
like- it looks
I-
like we're spending money.
Cause we can't account for that revenue
Right.
right now. Well, I mean, I guess yeah, we shouldn't though, cause
It's
it's
not
not
in
a
our-
certificate, yeah. Well, I mean, if we told the auditor, this money's gonna come in, and we have to account for it, and the state's gonna send it here versus there. But did Zach, when we were talking with Zach, on it, did he mention that we could
He's
potentially
gonna
get that
try
switched?
and
But we
get
don't
it
know for
switched
sure.
over, and I was like, cause I haven't been trying for 2 years.
Alright, fair enough.
It comes from, Revenue Accounting Services in Columbus, so, and it just gets deposited in the bank account.
They made
Like,
us
they don't
split
even
the-
send us an email.
They made
or-
us split the books, they can send the money to the right place now.
I agree.
But no, to your point though, if we can't, we don't wanna account for it as an expense when we know there's an offsetting revenue, but
Right.
we can't put it in there, so.
Yeah, I would
Alright,
wait
so let's
till
leave it 0.
next year, yeah.
Is that you or me? And then machinery, equipment and furniture.
I don't think we have any plans to buy anything big for admin or.
No, I think that would be a,
No, everything's done, man.
Yeah.
Everything's good.
so good, okay.
wanna go through any of these, you're gonna maintain this, you mind sending?
Yeah, I'll email this out to everybody when we're done, cause the other thing that I did too, that we can work on as we go forward with some of this stuff too, is if you notice down here on the tabs, I haven't built some of it in yet, but, you know, the idea is that we can kinda look at the 10-year projections of what our revenue's coming in. Really, the bigger thing than anything on here is when we start talking about the projects, the road projects, right? I mean, those are the ones where, you know, you might need 2 or 3 years worth of funding to pay for a project. I mean, obviously, the general fund for the most part, you know, most of your ongoing fees are pretty stable, but road and bridge is the one that yo-yos all over the place, you know? So being able to kind of project this out, I'd like us to kind of keep an eye on, so to speak. The only other thing that I was thinking of that kind of piggybacks with this is, if you guys are okay with it, what I'd like to do is, in the next couple of weeks, work with Laura on, getting our Star Ohio accounts more in line with what our funds are.
That's what I was,
So that it makes
I was going
life-
over that this weekend, and I'm like, man, we need to get a better handle
It'll
on
make
this. And then we
Laura's
need to
life
split
easier for
fire
how
into
the-
two.
At least, maybe 3, we'll talk about
Yeah.
that with chief, but
But
yeah.
we still have a fire fund that's labeled fire fund
Right.
under the township. So-
Correct,
And
correct.
it's township resources.
Right. Yeah, I think the only thing that's straggling is what we talked about was, there's a little bit of money down here in, that bond fund.
Yes, and I
This
wanted to talk about that
the
too.
$23,000 that I think ultimately probably should go to the bond fund, to the fire district bond fund. That's the only, but it's $23,000, it's not,
It has to. I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying, like, so, but we also need, Laura needs to get authorization to move that money.
Right.
To do that transaction.
To the bathroom.
Yeah, we were talking about that, so, but I think that pretty much wraps up where we're at here.
Can you go back that first tab
Yeah.
for a second? If you want, I'd be okay with it.
You wanna do it right off?
Well, no, if you wanna go through this and anything where we don't have any expenses or anything in
Make 'em
budget,
red.
just make them red. And, cause we've been dealing with these reports for, 3 years now, there's just a bunch of dead lines.
Well, I mean, yeah, cause you have all these old ones from the
Mhm.
fire, right, like,
Yeah,
like all of these. Retirement fund, but see, the only thing is, like, this one here, 3101 actually is the one that has money in it, I think, right?
yeah, and
So
that's.
we probably can't get rid of it,
No.
but ultimately, yeah, to your point, the one Ohio opioid is on the fire side too, isn't it?
No,
No, it's just on our side, okay, so, but yeah, so these ones all need to go, ultimately.
That one though, we still need to keep open, right, cause we're still getting revenues in on it, right?
what, opioid?
Yeah.
ARPA will be going away this year, but you can get rid of coronavirus,
Yeah.
I think that's all of them. Nope, Marks is over on the fire district now.
Yep, correct.
And so is fire and rescue.
And then even if there's any individual line items under road and bridge or general that we didn't get, if you wanna whack those.
Oh, and you know what, zoning, we could probably,
Yeah.
Well, the 2191,
yeah,
because you're on the townships.
well, and we could probably get rid of policing services now too.
Yep, that is correct. Be nice to have appropriations on 2 pages instead
Right.
of 11.
Okay, that's everything.
You got 2191 out of there?
I believe so. Nope. Take it out. That's a crap, huh?
Yeah.
Right. Yep, now it's ready to be emailed, that's perfect.
Wanna grab chief?
Yeah, I'll go see.
Yeah. You guys mind if we take
Take
another?
a quick recess?
Yeah, it's 11:53, let's take about a 7-minute recess till noon.
Do you want me to try to put those numbers together real quick to do temporary appropriations, or do we wanna try to do them as permanent and?
Why don't we, when we come back, let's right, it is 12:03, returning from recess.
I just sit this way so I can see Brian, but yeah, pull it however you can see. Make yourself comfortable.
Testing. It works.
So we got a subtotal. This is just for 1,000, right? Okay.
Yeah, but everything, Laura, everything with a D next to it goes into salaries?
Yes.
Tax collection fees?
It's just a direct account,
That should
meaning
be
you don't need a
salaries.
purchase order or, a blanket if you're taking things.
No, but if we're gonna do temporary
Yeah, if
appropriations.
you just wanna break it out by salaries and expenses, then.
Oh, no.
Or is it sufficient if, do you want temporary appropriations broken down to this level of detail since we just did it?
I,
No,
There's no need to do that. We could utilize that, there's no need for
So we just need salaries. All of those,
So,
cause it's all payroll and payroll tax.
yeah, workers' comp doesn't go in there or anything like that? Just wanna make sure we're not, I have a mouse if you wanna use it. Seriously.
I know it. Alright, so you've got 160, 600, basically. So if you wanna,
60,
600.
and that's
yeah,
complete.
you called to order, getting back to order.
Yeah, we,
And then, so you, and then you have 210, 300 in expenses.
210, 300 expenses. And that's for,
That's for the general fund.
okay,
We didn't do anything for motor vehicle license tax, but we did 321 in expenses for gasoline tax. You breaking it down by fund, right?
321 for,
Gasoline tax, 2021.
321 even?
Yeah.
That was for gas, tax, expense. Okay,
We did do workers' comp in there, yeah, so call it 231, 750.
that's
And
salary
road,
for Ridge.
road bridge, yeah,
231, what was it?
750.
750 for salary.
And then, whatever's left from 598. So, call it, 366.5.
366.5, that's the
Yeah.
expenses on Road and Bridge?
Yep. And that's, got a little bit of rounding up in it,
Okay.
so that we're good on all of those. Cemetery, we've got 2,000 in expenses.
2,000 for cemetery.
We're just doing temporary right now.
Yeah.
I would skip police then, because we don't pay that till the end of the year.
mm-hmm.
We'll have permanents done before then. Permissive motor vehicle, 35,000 in expenses, and that's it.
That's it, so we get 1,
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 amounts, 7 line items, okay.
And then the rest will be caught up in permits. You don't need a temporary appropriation for police since we don't pay until December, right?
right, are you guys doing, what resolution was that? For temporary?
expenses, $934,800. That comes up with our,
Yeah.
about our total of the.
Yeah, minus the lease.
So, you writing this down for the resolution number?
26, 2024.
Yep. We'll have $391,750 for salary and $934,800 for expenses on the township side.
Okay.
Roll call vote,
Roll yes.
Fullerton, yes.
O'Neill, yes. So that will be resolution 26, 2024. As we go through fire district side.
And really, we only have to work off the general fund ultimately.
Yeah.
Because again, the bond fund, I mean, we can look at it later, but that's pretty well set.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Although we do need to account for it, because when did we pay our first interest payment for June?
All right, chief.
All right.
Is that yours or mine?
This one's mine.
We're just starting with the budget stuff?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, Chris, what are your thoughts? I mean,
Well,
I
he's-
probably should.
Well, he's gonna have
Ambulance
options
or-
for staffing that it's gonna depend, the
Yeah.
budget's gonna depend on what option we
Yeah.
Yeah.
think's best fit.
Do we wanna work through, let's go through everything minus salaries, cause that'll obviously be a little bit more substance. We can go through like the contracted expenses and stuff
Mhm.
like that.
Yeah.
You know,
So we're on contract with service.
and we're real quick, the accounting and legal fees, that was Bill Thorne again as well for 2023. Okay. But we would account for the audit out of the general fund, modifying, right? Okay, so, well, you said that was 48, 45? Okay. Travel and meeting expense.
So that's on the business side of my budget. It's always had 10,000 in there, but we didn't use it this year, I don't believe.
No, it looks like you spent, like $260.
Okay, so it's probably
Does that sound
part
right?
of, yeah, it's probably
Oh,
part
that
of
would be right.
OTA
training.
reimbursement?
Oh, OTA or
Yeah.
maybe OTA.
Just didn't have the money to.
Or in, like, the travel meeting expense kind of falls into training services too. So, I mean, we could, if we run out of training services money or funds, then traveling meeting expense will work, but we don't need,
Well,
I don't think we need $10,000 in it.
no, we should probably, well, what, you go to like the fire chiefs meetings.
Well,
but then again,
but those
you
aren't
take the-
any cost. There's things that we can offer our department, but they're a lot of those conferences are
Well,
very
I was gonna say,
expensive.
when you
But there are
attend
some
this, you take
conferences.
the township vehicle too, right?
Yeah,
So
and there's
obviously
township,
not mine
there's
here.
like Jackson Fire Expo, there's different local ones that people go to. And
Okay.
we usually get it under training services, but
Okay,
if those funds run out, then that travel meeting expense would probably take over, I would say. Is kind of how I would look at it, but.
well, but in theory, we should be just allocating it to training and.
Yes.
and so you don't really need a budget for travel and meeting expense?
I don't know. I mean, that's we've never gone to big conferences. Like, there's opportunities out there that you could, there's like FDIC,
The
those
Ohio
kind of
Fire
things.
Chiefs.
Ohio Fire Chiefs
Gone.
Conference, we haven't gone since I've been here because we just don't have the funds, so. But we could do that. So the Ohio Fire Chiefs is twice a year. The officer development courses are down there too, so that could be something we could potentially use in the future.
Yeah, we definitely want.
Well, then, yeah,
money in there,
absolutely.
for sure.
So what do you think something like that's gonna run you, like if you attend those things?
They're about $500 or $600 a person typically.
And who would you, assistant chief?
And maybe
take
the
captain
officers,
Okay.
things like that, yeah. there's like the local symposiums and things like that guys can go to.
So
Yeah,
you've got 15,000 in there right now for your, on the business side, that's,
No, I've got 10.
You got 10,
And training
Oh, okay.
services is 15. That's what was there last year. That's the only reason it's 10,000 in there. So.
gotcha.
Northeast Ohio, we just joined too, right?
Oh, and yeah, we're now going to the inspectors updates, investigation updates. So those are in Middleburg Heights. We take the vehicles and it costs us sometimes, like the last one was $50, to see a guy from Charleston where they lost a bunch of firefighters, so it's also.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess my thing is, definitely don't wanna shortchange you there, but also don't wanna just throw a huge number in there because we
Right.
can't, so.
I mean, I think 5,000 would be fine for now, we didn't really touch it this year, so, that's what the 5,000 is.
$8.70 in postage, chief? I mean,
That's a
come
lot
on.
of money. Hey, bring me a pen. Bring me a pen.
Is that real, or do we just not have to mail much?
Probably
Well,
not. That'd be a-
Township's been paying for it, so.
It's been coming out of the township side? Okay. So,
I just spent $5 on a box to send it to an go back, but I'm not asking for reimbursement, so.
we should probably put something in your
bucks.
like 250.
Yeah, at least.
Okay.
We mail our air samples in 4 times a year. A bag of air.
That has to be ground. You have to
Yeah,
ship that
ground,
ground,
yeah.
it's all right.
He's got a separate.
I was saying he has a
service
contract,
injection.
right?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't order paid. Alright, so, we can probably do these without chief, cause he's, well.
No, I just gotta grab this pen.
So Lindy, you've got listed down here for 2,000?
That's our oxygen.
Yeah.
So it just depends on the year. I think we're ordering oxygen here soon again. So
Cause we were
it's
pushing 45 this year, it looks like,
$4,500
100,
for the year,
Mhm.
yeah,
and you only have 2,000.
yeah.
Then we need more in there.
Alright, so,
Where's that at? Is that?
Under the Lindy gas line.
yeah, I'm just going off of, the year-to-date appropriations that Laura had sent out at the beginning of the month.
Oh, okay, I don't have that one in front of me.
We get this ironed out. Chief, use this line item, we're building that more.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
So,
Yeah, I mean, 5,000.
fairly typical year
then.
this year though,
Yeah,
like.
5,000, right.
Alright, KGC, that should actually come
That's gonna come
down, right?
significantly down for the
Cause
fire side.
we're again splitting it 50/50, so it's
Yeah.
about 1,800.
What do we have on the township side? We
I
should.
think we did 1,800. Oh, here, what's it we do? We did 21.6.
1,600.
Sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. There, chief, just saved you 11 off your budget.
Perfect, thanks.
Now, remember you said that.
Yeah.
ESO?
So I have 7,000, but it looks like it's 12,000, is that what it's saying?
No,
Or six-
ESO
Yeah,
is
7,000.
7,000 this year.
Yeah, right.
Ladder testing.
So ladder testing is once a year, hose testing and ladder testing
Okay.
is about 4,000 each. We had $3,800 for ladder and hose.
Did we must have had it allocated somewhere else this year too, maybe between another fund. But so you said 3,800?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, good enough. Lexipol.
So Lexipol's our policies and procedures and SOGs, cost $2,253 a year for the 7.
So I'll call it 2,300.
Yeah.
AET.
Pull a chair up here if you need to.
What is it?
AET.
Yeah, I don't get that bill, so I don't know what
It's-
that would be, and
Yeah, it's
I have no idea
87
what it is.
a month.
Okay.
It's security for the building.
Right, but I'd like to see those bills, so I can keep track on this end too.
Okay.
So if we could do that, so I could sign them and then I have
They
no
get sent to
idea.
the township though, right now is why?
Typically, all the bills get sent to
Sent
the township, aside from ones that were changed to come.
ADT, I don't even have ADT on the list, so.
Well, now it's called Everon, so,
Yeah, they changed their name.
Alright, but you said it's, just under 90 a month?
yeah.
So, 9, 10, 80.
Actually, you might wanna read that ADT line out and put a new one in and call it, what is it, Everon?
Everon,
And we can't, cause we can't update the line, right?
right,
So it's $90 a month.
yes.
Just so we know.
Yeah.
What the vendor is.
What was that again? Everon?
Everon,
With an E?
yeah.
So we're gonna say 90? Yeah, 90 a month. I'm looking at a little bit less than that. Alright, Rumpke.
Rumpke,
Is that another split bill, Laura, I'm
I don't
guessing?
see that bill either.
No,
So
they,
it
they
is
each
for
have their
separate?
own,
Okay,
yeah.
alright. Would you, we need to round that up 1,300,
Might as well,
1,250?
yeah. And that's for one dumpster. Per year, I mean, per.
Trash is an expensive business.
Oh, per year.
Yeah, that's the year. Banana County Port Authority. Oh, that's the dark fiber.
Yeah, so I emailed Josh and I asked him when it was gonna be, or not Josh, David.
David, yeah.
Yeah, and asked him when it was gonna get incorporated into Josh's bill, and he said it's not, unless we request it, because his is separate and we still have to pay for the dark fiber.
Josh said he was gonna combine them too.
I just got that email this
Alright,
morning.
yeah, I did, I saw that. I'll follow up with it, cause that was supposed to be the whole idea of
That's what I thought.
splitting the two entities was getting rid of the connection between the two buildings.
Correct.
Alright, so, I mean, I guess as it stands now, we should probably allocate for it, but,
Yeah,
you know,
I'd rather have it
Yeah.
be a pleasant surprise now than not be prepared for it.
but I would definitely, well, that might be a note for myself.
But on the other hand, we're not paying that line item at all of the township. We should be trying to have both of these, all these bills, right?
Yep.
So should we
Yeah.
go 1,800 for,
Yeah, I was thinking 1,800 for fire, and then we can go back and
We
correct.
don't know about the appropriations.
you know, I mean, it's, all in all, it's a.
Let's, let's see, that should be going away, so let's see, we'll go from there. If we have to make an adjustment later on, we can
Yeah.
absolutely do that. Sorry, just wanna make sure.
No.
I follow up on that. Alright, fire companies.
That's the website that I have no access to or no idea how to run yet, so,
Okay.
cause I have got people that have to give me that access and.
And that's what, I think we get a quarterly bill on that.
So it's
like
status quo as is right now, but it's not been updated.
Well, the nice thing is, if we do go with the change in the township website, they actually have the ability to house multiple.
Just add a page or.
We could either do a page, or you can actually do, they have a different formula for it, or a different name for it, but it's sub-entities under it for just this type of thing.
It's
You know,
not gonna
larger.
cost us double the cost.
It's not double the cost, there is a little bit extra depending on how you wanna set up the framework, but,
I mean, I
it's
think
definitely something
honestly, it's cumbersome and it's just an old page. It's,
Right.
I mean,
some of the
it
information is
looked like my
fairly outdated
high
too.
school, MySpace page.
Yeah.
Like it's not, it needs to be
You didn't
updated.
have MySpace when you
Yeah,
were in high
well,
school.
maybe after, maybe after high school. But it needs to be, like, we need to update it either with the township and make it a page on the township page. You just go to the township and it's clean and it's,
Yep.
it's just too cumbersome. So I don't know if we contact them and let them know we.
I don't think we're gonna kill it, like, it's a small line item, we should probably budget for it, but it's something
Right.
I definitely am on board with.
Why don't we just put $1,000 in there, thinking that if we're gonna jump forward
So we'll just do 360 for now.
Okay.
Alright, EMA?
So EMA fees are going up this year.
Okay. Do we know
But-
what they are? Are they fixed?
Yeah, I added it up, I think it was 3,327.13, I can tell you exactly what it's gonna break down to. So, we're gonna, for us, Lafayette Township, all hazards is $3,028, and then, plus 327 for Chippewa Lake, and 184 for 50 for Glory Glen, so,
184.50.
yeah.
So it's going down.
Yeah, well, I think what is it? What did we pay?
54.32 this year.
This is what they told, this is all hazard, Lafayette.
Did we owe from a previous year this year? Is that why that's might be higher?
So EMA services, and I was talking to Ben about this, he says it should come out, like the all hazards part should come out of the township essentially, because townships have to have an all hazards team, I guess, it's confusing, I'd have to talk to Ben more about it, but like he's saying that why do you pay for all of the EMA services? EMA is a mandatory thing that townships have to have, so emergency management is what you have to pay for, because we don't have our own team, and that's more of a township expense versus a fire expense. The all hazards team is a fire department kind of expense.
Okay.
I guess.
And I don't necessarily see anything, but then I guess my
So I think there's an all hazards fees, that's probably correct, because it's an all hazards fee, and then there's an EMA fee, so.
Okay, but then I guess my follow-up question to that then would be, then why are we getting a bill for Chippewa Lake and for Glory?
Well, right, they
Shouldn't
should,
they get their own bills?
they
and
could
pay
all
them
get their own
themselves?
bills and pay themselves, I would say, but
I mean, I know it's,
it's something we'd have to like work out with them.
okay,
Because each entity has to pay for EMA services, emergency management.
okay.
It's not so
And
much
that's separate from all hazards, or are you saying?
all hazards is more of a fire department related thing, like we all pay into the all hazards team because we don't have our own teams in the fire department.
Gotcha, so all hazards definitely comes out of the fire department,
Yeah.
it's just whether the EMA fee should be. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
And
it's,
so this 54 is both of those, and the numbers you just read off is just the
yeah, that's,
EMA fee.
it's the all hazards fee, yeah,
Is the breakdown you gave us?
yeah, all hazards is, 3,028 for Lafayette, 327 for Chippewa, and $184.50 for Glory Glens.
Okay, but that should be paid by the fire district,
Let me
because
see if I get.
that's a fire department related. You're talking about the EMA fee,
Yeah,
and we only get an EMA fee for the township? We don't get a breakdown of an EMA fee for the villages?
we should, and I think it's in
Why?
my office, I can find it, but it's broken down, it's actually like.
But I guess what I'm saying is, like, if the EMA fee is
Hold
the
on.
responsibility of the township, then shouldn't the villages, cause they're their own political sub.
Correct.
Right,
Subdivision.
EMA should be covered by the entities, yeah, one second, I think I got it.
Yeah, we should have another line though, one for, all hazards and then.
Yeah,
PPE.
probably.
What was the bill for Chippewa?
320, yeah, 320. I mean, it's, for budgeting purposes here, it's not gonna.
Pretty affordable.
But, yeah,
Yeah, but I'm following Justin, no, we got.
Actually, this is just all hazards right here, but I'd have to get with Ben and find out what the exact EMA fees would be.
Did they just send us one bill though,
Yes,
to cover both?
they send each entity the bill. So last year, I
Right, but
think
I'm
we,
saying like the bill says EMA fee.
Yes, or all
fee.
hazards
Maybe that's
fee,
why it's all
right.
under one, cause we probably pay it to EMA, right?
so there's an EMA fee and then there's an all hazards fee.
But it's one check that we issue.
I don't
Or
know.
do two separate?
I don't know, I'm not sure.
There was
Anyway.
one last year.
Right.
didn't we end up owing for 23 or something earlier this year? I feel like there was some,
For EMA.
one of the two.
This is the breakdown you guys want to see of the all hazards teams, how they,
If we're just gonna separate them, I just need to know what the EMA fee is, what the EMA fee was, or is.
I can check.
$76.32.
For 2024. What's the EMA bill for next year? Does it say on
Let's
it?
say on there.
I'm guessing it's probably right around $2,000 based on what we paid last year, 2 to 2,500. I'm sure the sheriff's dispatch fees going up too, right?
Probably, I don't think we've seen costs.
I haven't seen anything
I
right yet.
haven't seen the cost yet, but went up a little bit.
Do you remember what the percentage was? I think it was, they sent something on it, I think, where it was like a step up each year. Once it was in the 5 to 10 range,
So
or they were forecasting.
that was my mom's in the hospital, so.
No worries.
You all right?
All right, oh, she's fine.
I just put 35 and
Yeah.
it won't be that.
I'm texting Ben now too to see.
Send a bill somewhere else, man.
Yeah.
no shit.
What, did you have an EMA fee for this year though, chief?
I'd have to look into my, like, I have to log into the computer and see if it's,
Well, if you have a good enough ballpark, 2,500, I mean,
I think
because it
so,
looks like
yeah.
last year we paid 55, so if you put 25 in, that's gonna be like 6,000. This year it'll be under that.
Would that be made out of order in Medina County?
Yes, Medina County Emergency Management Agency.
so there's all hazards fees, which are these,
Right.
and then there's the EMA fees.
So yeah, we paid one payment to them, Medina County Emergency Management Agency, $54.32.79.
Yeah, it's probably all of it together then.
So should we?
We're not sure whether it should be though.
Right, that's what I need to look into with Ben, and that's what Ben explained to me.
Well, we'll break it out on here for now, it's already done, that's, we allocated, $6,040 for it, so I
Right.
don't think it's going up more than 12%. If you're okay with it, we rounded the sheriff dispatch fee up to 35, I know
Yep.
there was a step up, but
Yeah.
it won't be that much, I don't think. Fire safety services?
So that's turnout gear. So
Okay.
just for turnout gear, it's not so much fire safety service. Fire safety service is everything, kind of almost everything. Boots, anything, boots, pants, gloves. It could be a fan.
So this isn't a set subscription fee, this is just what we
It's
wind
just
up
what we-
purchasing necessarily.
Yeah. So we didn't spend like 13,000.
3270.
Yeah, is what that's all grant money. So the last 2 years or last 4 sets of turnout gear is what biggest ticket item we buy from them has been through grant funds. So we haven't spent any of that 13,740 other than we had to buy a pair of size 15 boots, I think, and
Oh, the fire safety services is 3,200 in here.
oh,
So I don't know if this is different equipment.
it should be, well,
Yeah, you were looking at Life Force there.
Yeah, sorry.
oh.
Yeah, you were down.
Oh,
Here, okay, do this.
so yeah, I see it now. Now I see it, yep.
Yeah.
Perfect, I see. Yeah, so, I mean, that's odds and ends equipment, so
I'm
pieces
guessing
of
we probably
equipment,
have fire
and
safety
we,
services somewhere else too. We probably, like you said, if we use grant money for it, we have to
Right.
account for it.
that's not so much a
Under the
contract,
margin.
it's not so much a contracted services, like turnout gear would be a contracted service maybe, or we put it under contracted services is like big ticket items we're gonna buy that year, I guess, but.
So, do you want us to allocate anything to fire safety services
See
for that?
where that 3,200 went?
What?
Can you look and see where that 3270 was paid?
Which line item are you looking at?
718.
Contract, yeah.
3060, 718. I'd have to look at my computer to see if I can log in and check invoices, but we have a ton of fire safety service business. We do a lot of business with them, but a lot of it's grant funds or donations, or like the association buys things and.
Right,
whatever.
the association buys and donates, it's not on our.
Yeah,
books.
it's not in the books, yeah, so.
Well, it's not really contracted, it's really roll call or.
No, right, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we should find a better way to account for this one, I think.
So maybe we zero it here, but put it somewhere else. Okay.
I think it should be under, it would be under business,
Professional services.
professional tech services, or I have a line item for PPE, personal protective equipment is where I would put it.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Is
would
fire
agree.
safety services something that's paid out strictly with, grant money?
No,
Okay.
no, I mean, we,
Still
if,
have to have
There's
a
a lot of it.
We have to have a line item for it, but yeah, to Chief's point, it's not something, if we don't need it, in theory, we might go a year without buying anything from it.
right,
So, that's probably one that we wanna.
that's, that
Probably should-
number, yeah, okay, I don't know where that would come from.
So we probably have multiple vendors under that one,
Yeah.
is it?
It's one vendor,
That's one vendor.
it's one vendor, but it's,
But it probably shouldn't be under
They
contracted
represent-
services, it should be under.
we could buy boots, we could buy a
It would be under like,
gas meter, we could buy,
operating equipment, under operating equipment or
yeah,
something like that.
operating
It should have
supplies,
operating
or
supplies.
professional tech services, or,
Yeah.
So, okay, so this year we've got,
or small tools and equipment essentially.
we're at what, 13?
13,374 for life force management, those are the EMS.
Billing,
fees.
yeah, billing fees.
So I would imagine
It's
that's
not
gonna
gonna
be,
change, I mean,
it'll go up.
It'll go up.
yeah, anything, yeah, maybe 15,000 for that.
But we're showing fire safety services, we've got a payment for 13,944.
Right,
It's probably grant money.
that number above
Yeah,
that
but
with
it's
life
just-
force, I don't think life force is that much money, guys.
No,
It's $5,500 a year.
We're talking fire safety services.
I know, but life force management and fire safety services is on the wrong lines. Fire safety services, we spent 13,740, but we didn't spend that money, that was all grant funds, that was the fire marshal's equipment grant.
So
So,
you're telling me I keyed these in wrong, is what you're saying?
possibly, yes.
Okay, alright,
And then
that's possible.
and then the life force management is $5,500 is what it's budgeted. I don't get those bills either, and they actually just deduct it out of our overall. Yeah, and I've got the copies of that in here somewhere, actually, it's right here.
They take percentage, is that how?
Yeah, right.
Right.
So I don't know what life force management, actually, I think it's $5,500 per year. That's what they take off the top.
I don't think so.
No?
They bill us every month.
Alright, let's do this
Based on what
again.
they collect for
Yeah,
us.
we've spent life force management,
So then again, if I could see those bills, that would help me, like,
Correct.
yeah, we've got about $14,000 paid to them this year.
How much, Chris?
About
so that's what it
15,000.
had on the, like, budget before I took it and everything, so.
Yeah, it's 'cause
If I see those bills, then if I don't sign the bill, I don't know it. If you guys don't see my signature or a date for the line item, I have no idea, I don't account for it.
Alright, yeah, not saying I'm infallible, but there's the report as of 11/30, we've only spent
Right.
3270 on fire safety services.
Yeah, because most of that's, right,
Well, even if it's, yeah, what I'm saying is it might be down lower, but
Right.
even if it's grant money that comes in,
right,
it gets added to our it's not off the
Right,
books,
right,
it's
right.
still on the books. But I guess I'm getting at is, to Laura's point, life force management, year to date as of November 30th was 13,300,
Okay, alright.
so,
I'm showing a payment to fire safety services of $13,944. That's just
it
one.
might be accounted
that
for
was
somewhere else.
the other 4 sets of turnout gear we bought, that was under the BWC grant.
Oh, so that vendor may have been paid out of a different line item, even though it's labeled.
It's a BWC grant, was the first 13,000.
That's a misnomer, like, to see fire safety services as a budgetary line item,
Right.
but then we pay them out of a different one because of grant money. I get it, I like keeping
I'm
it.
wondering, because when we did that too, remember even though because the township got some equipment, Rick got some equipment on that same grant, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then what we did is we said, okay, between the two entities, we had to come up with X number of dollars, we disproportionately shifted it to
Mhm.
the township. So that could be part of it too. Alright. Alright, so there's that, let's go back to table. So, but we're still saying that we don't wanna account for fire safety services under contracted services, but we do need to figure a number for life force. Probably based off of, it looks like we pay them about $1,000
They're contracted service now.
Yep.
Alright, so let's skip salaries for now, cause that's obviously contingent on a bunch of stuff. So we go back down, we're down to training services. Well, actually, I take that back. Laura, UAN.
Yeah.
Fees for the fire district.
876 a quarter. 3504 for the year.
UAN is 3504 a year.
Yep.
Tax collection fees will probably nearly double this year. Not quite, cause we're, 640 on the other one.
635 ones.
Yeah, 635 and 579, so probably call it another 7, so 15.
15,000.
Yep.
Good old county getting their money. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, training services. This year we spent about 10.5, I know we just talked about that a little bit more.
What was the first training services?
That was travel and meeting expense, we put it at 10, actually, I don't think we did 5.
Well, Brian has his down at 15.
5, yeah. You know, now it's 15, but he had 10 for travel and meeting, we took 5 off that, do we wanna allocate the extra to I
Just
mean,
do 20,000.
the last thing I wanna do is shortchange our,
Right,
train our guys on training and.
Yeah, no, I'm good with adding that onto there.
Other professional technical services, now we had 25 last year, we didn't have anything this year, any idea what that would have been?
I can't keep track of it, it's about we're up to about 18,000 in professional tech services.
So are you counting like KGC and stuff like
No.
in that?
I'm counting like just different, I'd have to look at my budget, but let me log in here, so.
But now I'm not showing that we haven't allocated anything to it this year. At least not.
Well, what I keep, on my end, it's 2024 budget. So right now, we've got 10,104 left, so
What have you been
out
taking
of
out of it?
25,000. Oh, everything from, that's my biggest pot of,
So what typically, what vendors would come out of that?
so like, you buy, you buy paper on Amazon, like the towing company came out of it at the beginning of the year,
Cleaning supplies?
cleaning supplies, air compressor,
What do you have?
dryer parts, awards, True Value, Gate Project. I don't remember what that was. Standard Welding, cleaning supplies, drug screenings, background
So-
checks.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm just going, clearly Laura's allocating them differently.
To operating supplies.
Yeah, and the only reason I say this is because based off of the appropriation status report, we haven't spent anything out of that account. So that's just something that we need to clean up, accounting wise. Not that any of the expenditures aren't reasonable or necessary, it's just how Chiefs Track versus how they are in the UAN.
Yeah, those.
But that's good to know,
If you
because
get this far, then I could even refer to it.
we probably don't need,
Got another extension cord?
that'll go plenty far.
You using a wired mouse still?
Sure.
Get this computer box.
This computer's old as heck.
I think you can get one for like $12 on
It's
Amazon.
2024, Brian.
Yeah, this is a first edition Dell. You guys are, and that it?
That's all you got, buddy.
Alright, that works. Sorry.
But yeah, so it sounds like we really don't need to use this line item. Laura hasn't been assigning anything to it this year, so,
It's kinda,
it should probably be going under the other, we'll get to them lower,
okay.
I guess is what I'm getting
Yeah.
at.
So, I mean, we could break them down, and that's what I've been kinda
Yeah.
asking for, like, I wanna break things down in categories. all we did last year was repairs and contracted services.
Right.
We didn't break anything else down.
Yeah, we can do that.
But it's broken down, and my spreadsheet is broken down a little differently, I guess.
Yeah, we clean up.
We just gotta make sure you work off our spreadsheet going forward, so that.
Right.
Right,
The-
but I
the
need
fund-
I need invoices. If they're not signed by me, I don't know about them, and that's the issue. Like, I don't know if, like, I'd have to like figure out where the balance is wrong, and if I don't get an invoice, or if it's just paid, it goes to the township and it's paid, and if it doesn't have my signature, then I never saw it.
So Brian, don't I copy all the monthly reports or no?
Yeah, but I don't have any invoices, like, I don't know, like, if I get it's not gonna help if I like have only, it's like, for example, professional tech services, if I have $14,100 and all of a sudden it's different on the appropriation status versus my budget, then I'm like, well, where's the
Laura,
disconnect?
when you do the checks for us, can we get, maybe, since they're usually down there for a couple of days, at least one day that overlaps with Kristen, if Kristen scans that front page that shows exactly how, look, we issued a check for $500 and here's 300 was this fund, 200 was this fund, can we get those scanned to Brian, and then that way he can
That would-
double check and see?
Right.
And don't you have those?
Well, I get like,
That's all
I get the
those
cash
files.
summary or the cash journal, like, I get that, but,
But this would show,
Payment listing.
or the payment listing, yeah.
This shows every.
but this will bring it down to the point where, like, you know, some came out of this, you know, each one of these funds, if a check is broken down and allocated across 3 or 4 of them for whatever reason, it'll show right on the check that this number of dollars came out of this account, this came out of this account.
The only caveat is anything that's just Huntington, it comes out as Huntington. So you may not know if it's paid by the credit card or something.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah, but any actual checks that are there, will have that detail. But that might help alleviate some of that disconnect.
Well, the biggest thing is you gotta use our spreadsheet, the same one she's using. I realize you're tracking your stuff.
Right.
And it's close, but you
Well,
gotta-
I need access to that spreadsheet then, or give me
Well,
a copy of that.
this is
spreadsheet.
mine, yeah, you'll have it.
Yeah,
It's a UAN, when it's all said and done.
Ultimately, yeah.
Right.
And what I'll do is I'll save a master copy, and then I'll also put one on like the shared drive that everybody has access to, so that as edits and changes are made, everybody sees the current one. So, the only thing I guess I would ask is if you wanna like tweak stuff and play what if scenarios, download a copy and do that kind of on a separate one, but we'll keep this based off of what we discussed, so that everybody can see it. So for now, whatever Brian's kind of putting in this category is obviously getting accounted for elsewhere, so I'd say we skip this one for now.
Mhm.
Let's get into the repairs and maintenance, cause I know Brian broke that out as well.
Yeah.
And then we'll get to this expense, you know, as we get down lower. So, it looks like this year we've kinda got some general repairs and maintenance, and then we've got some of the expenses that are actually allocated directly towards the actual piece of equipment. Like we did with Rick for service, all of our vehicles, you've got everything listed, correct?
Right, yep,
Those are
I
all-
got all the vehicles listed.
Okay.
Yep.
I think you broke that out for us too, did you not?
Yeah, each page, yep.
Okay. So, do we need anything allocated to general repairs and maintenance, or are you gonna allocate everything, do you want us to do everything based on per vehicle?
So how I did it, I allocated it to the base, which is 100,
Station, which I don't think we have a line item up here for
We
just
don't.
the physical
Right,
station.
so you can call repairs and maintenance there. I think it's $35,000 for everything, so
Okay.
it breaks it down to about 5,000 per vehicle.
Okay,
And we've been pretty close, we went over on,
well, wait, when you say 5,000 per vehicle, I'm guessing it's for the 2 pumpers, the tanker, and the squads?
2 squads, 2 pumpers, the tanker, then the UTV, the pickup truck, and the car are all lumped into one $5,000
Gotcha, okay.
pot.
So, we've got 3 vehicles in here.
So the UTV one, repairs and maintenance, would be all 3, it would be,
Is it, and that's probably the least of the 3?
yeah, it would be the car, the
I'm just saying we have the line items in
Go
here.
so go 17.
So 1,500, it's 1,500 and I think I had 1,500, 1,500 and whatever was left, yeah.
Whatever, there you go.
Cause that gets you to, if I did my math right, 5,000, yeah.
Yeah,
So with everything that you've got there, you've got $30,000.
yep. And then the general repairs and maintenance, so it was 35 total,
It was
so,
35, so we need one for the building.
so the building is 5,000.
Yep, right there, yep.
Alright, so you got, yeah, we got 35,000 total repairs.
And we haven't, the only one we're over on, we're over on the tanker. We went over by $58 on the tanker, and we went over, actually, that's it, that's the only thing we went over
Don't
on.
sweat that, there's little we can do.
Right.
We can repair it. Do
And
we
that's
wanna,
a 1991 tanker, so it's got some issues.
do we wanna make one for the building, a line item for the building itself? I mean, that's quite.
Well, he put,
Well, that's repairs and maintenance, it's not.
repairs and maintenance, he put $5,000 there, that's for the building.
Well, and then I guess we also kinda go into the whole,
So the,
you know, who owns the building? The township owns the building, right? So should, I mean, if we're trying to be consistent with the way that we apply it, we probably should be doing, building maintenance should probably come out of the township budget. But like,
But if you do that, then does the township have to charge the district rent?
$1, okay, I'll pay $1 a month.
right?
I knew that was coming from Brett.
50 cents actually.
$1 and 9 cents. Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately you probably have,
My thought is just whether it ends up going to the township, or we didn't budget for it on the
Correct.
township side, right? So we can go back in the future and do that, maybe it stays here, but I would just like to see something.
a separate line item for it.
Because it's much different than a vehicle, if we spend
Yeah.
$5,000 on a.
Well, and then that's another thing where I know on the township side, when we talk about stuff like that, we have a line item for site improvement and stuff like that, so would it be appropriate under there, or is maintenance different than improvement?
That's a very good point.
Yeah, we don't, well, yeah, cause we have, if you look down here, we have,
Oh,
we have
garage
improvements,
doors,
we have
We just
improvement
got
of,
one last,
Yeah, please don't.
we just had one last week, $600.
improvement of sites, so I guess maybe we do, you know, cause that is slightly different, right? Like, so, let's create one for the building then.
Yeah, so, yeah,
So we'll just do a station line item.
yeah. And then swap out your 5.
I mean, I'm glad we accounted for spending it, you know, with your
Right.
total of, what, how much
Yes,
is it?
35.
Yeah, it's just, this is where we can see where it actually gets spent.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely in favor of not using the catch-all account at all if we don't have to. And so we can find here.
See, that one out, yeah. There you go.
And what about equipment in the building? We got a compressor, and then we've got isn't there a natural
Well,
gas?
that would
thing?
be station.
I think that's included, so it's not just the building, it's the
Now,
equipment housing.
right, but like improvements would be putting lights on
Additional.
the
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something.
Yeah. Because once or twice we've had to have a filter on the,
Yeah, we gotta do maintenance on the generator. we
Well,
gotta
and
do-
you hate to say it, you probably already said it, but garage doors comes out of the station.
Every few months, we
Yeah.
have a garage door.
and don't get me wrong, I mean, I'm not saying that there's a reason the catch-all fund is there, like, sometimes you're going to, so like, do we wanna, for every piece of equipment we have, do you wanna line item? No, I think at a certain point, like, you know, you service
for vehicles.
a generator, you get something goes wrong in the kitchen, you know, and we need to get somebody out to service the refrigerator, you know what I mean, like, you're gonna need to, well, I guess technically that might go under building too, but you get the
That
idea,
actually
like,
may be association, I'm not sure.
well, that's true too. So, but point being, like, you still need the catch-all account, even if
to be repaired on it. I know airbags, I think the airbag system in one of the ambulances is leaking and things like that. I don't know what that would entail on costs, but I think 5,000 would probably be still okay to.
Do you know which squad number?
107, the Horton,
Then I'd
107.
go right back up and
Yeah.
put 5 more on that.
I mean, I don't know if we'd have to. I think we're good right now. I think we're good. That's my only concern. If they find crazy
Put it
things.
on the oldest one, I mean, if they find,
Yeah.
look what
It's two-
happened to our,
What's the oldest?
172 is the oldest, I think. Let me see. I gotta look it up. I always get confused on which one's which. But
like it or not, those things are, you know, how old are you?
Yeah, the bronze is two. No. Yeah.
2012, and then
Is two.
13 years old. we
so
just-
the bronze, the Horton is newer. The bronze older. So yeah.
We should probably put the 10 on there then.
I agree.
Just so we could, I think both ambulances, we need to like get a good workover with a technician that knows what he's doing versus just band-aid fixing things. And, get that up to par, cause it's gonna, one of those ambulances is gonna have to last at least 5 more years and one's gonna have to last at least 3 more years.
Actually, I would say, what's the better one right now?
The Horton's probably the better one.
I'd put it on the Horton.
And that's it.
It's
We're
gonna
gonna,
make them on the wash, but let's keep the best one we have in the best condition we can.
Okay. So switch it. Alright, let's get down into utilities. Phone bill.
I do get the phone bill.
No, that should be the same as the township side, right?
Yes, then this should be split, so what we do, we break up, telephone, 45. No, 5,000.
I have,
Go ahead.
I don't know what I have 7,500 budgeted, but
Yeah, that's high.
that's high probably.
I think so. Did we throw anything under road and bridge for telephone? I don't think we
I
did.
don't think we did, I think we purposely did.
Oh, yeah, we did. We threw 1,500, so we have 65 on the township side. So, throw 65 on FD. Alright. Electricity. Man, you gotta turn some lights off around here, Brian,
I know.
The heat on.
right? I mean, realistically, probably 14.
Especially with the increase we're gonna see.
Well, yeah, cause you know what, this wasn't calculated up, I didn't add a percentage up, so probably be safer to do 15, I would think. Cause I'm guessing this year we were probably closer to a little over 13. My formula's not working.
It'll be, I mean, that's
Yeah.
close enough.
Water and sewer, shouldn't be any major change there, I don't think, right? 4? Well, hold on.
I got 3,000 for me, but
Well, 38 was 11 months, so
Oh, okay, so
42.
They bill twice, they only bill every other month, I think.
Oh, that's right, they do, cause that comes from Medina County Sewer
But I think
Water.
there might be an increase coming, so.
Yeah, that fee going up as usual. So we wanna call it 45, or do we wanna go to 5?
5. Better safe than sorry.
That's true, we'll just have to reappropriate later anyway for it. Natural gas.
What did it come out to?
We're at
Well,
65,
65, so we were,
probably 75 or 8.
yeah, probably right, we'll probably be in the 75 to 8 range for the year.
Yeah.
So throw 8. Alright. And now we're back down into contracted services, but we did Lindy up above. Fuel is the only other contracted service that we have down here.
so def is what we're buying out of like the store and then we just fill up at the township. I don't know what.
How often?
And
You guys ever do?
we have gasoline for and we don't, I mean, we don't use, we're just filling up at the township anyway, so.
They split it, it's accounted though, right?
It gets split.
Is it just like a straight 50-50 split, or?
Well, there's one tank service only, and there's
Gotcha.
another tank that's 50/50.
Okay. Okay. Why don't we just have two separate? Does township need more fuel than can be hauled just in the one that's township only? I'm just wondering why.
That's a good, I
Cause
mean,
you fill up diesel and gas down there?
yeah, and that's what I'm wondering, like, we're splitting it 50/50, cause I would think we probably run less than the
You'd
road
like to think
guys.
that, I
I
know.
would, yeah.
Based on the mileage on the vehicle,
They
I
should
think
both
he's probably
use
right.
both tanks though. I mean,
Yeah, we're using both, then, like, I fill up gas on the cars and the pickup, and then everything else is diesel, but we are gonna be switching to gasoline,
Maybe.
squad, hopefully, in the near future. So, the def is about $1,000 a year just to buy def fluid from,
And you
AutoZone
and you put that under here?
Would that be cheaper to go get bulk def at
no,
Station.
it crystallizes,
yeah, trust me, I know.
yeah.
So, 10 in fuel, well, wait, this year, that's probably only 11 months, so.
I'd say 12 in fuel, just to be safe. Might be going up to.
Yeah, we're gonna be a little over 10 this year, so call it 12.
But then your luck, it goes down.
Yep. Liability insurance premium. We have the,
So that was new this year, or we kind of broke that all down this year. It was almost 32,000, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
yeah, 32, 440, 24 this year, but we got the renewal notice. You were able to pull the township number, can you get the
That's the 32, 440, 24 should be the
same?
tax.
Carry
Because we
over.
paid that fire district one before the end of November, I believe, didn't we? Yeah.
What is it?
That's
Thirty-
Okay.
What was it, 32?
32, 440,
440, that's
or 24 cents.
Do we wanna just put it in at the exact same number?
Even can go up next year, but that's hope it doesn't.
Oh, that's right, we won't get the renewal until.
Right.
Yeah, we should put,
Put 35.
yeah, we probably should, just to be safe. If we give chief money back, he'll spend it, don't worry.
Jeez, come on.
Office supplies.
So that's where that professional tech services comes in, like.
Gotcha,
we got,
yeah, okay.
I put everything in that account, and, cause I didn't see anything in the initial, like, appropriations for office supplies other than, I don't know if we're not using that, but $60.
Well, here's ultimately where probably the bulk of what you're counting in is like, if you look down your operating
Operating
supplies, it's
supplies, right.
31,000 for the
Right,
year, you
right.
know? So, alright, so,
One of those we need to get rid of. We can't have two.
So, I mean, you really, yeah, if you've got operating supplies, we don't need office supplies, I guess, if we're using it, if we just put it under operating
Well,
supplies, we
I
break
mean,
it down.
I guess I would say like, I mean, operating supplies is like when you need paper for the printer and stuff for
Right.
your office and things of that nature.
Right.
To me, operating supplies tends to fall more on the things that you need for, you know, outfitting the gap, like the crews, the consumables in the squads.
Right.
You know, that kind of stuff. So I mean, I don't know what you think you need office expense wise, you know. So far this year, we've kept it under $1,000. I mean, we could just do the same for next year.
Well, you had 1,000 and Brian on it.
Does he?
on here.
Yeah.
You realize we got two different ones, right? One for fire, one
Yeah.
for EMS.
What are you talking about?
Up here, we got operating supplies for fire.
We don't need a,
I mean, they both have significant values in them for last year and this year, so it's.
You just like to jump ahead, but we're doing office supplies. And let's do 1,000 in office supplies. Now we can jump ahead. Okay, I see what you're saying. So you got operating expenses here, and then you got operating supplies here.
yeah, so like my first
What,
year, yeah, was.
220 is fire and 230 is EMS.
Okay, so it's probably good to keep separate. I wish we could
Wait,
have laced them.
so what is the difference? There's no difference. though.
Yeah, well, this one is your fire side. This one is the EMS side.
Yeah. That's what the sub-account numbering is. 1,000 is your general fund, but then everything that's 220 is tagged to fire, everything that's 230 is tagged to EMS. And then you can further break it down. And that's why also, if you look, both operating supplies are 420 as the third set of numbers. So if you had multiple operating supplies everywhere, they're all gonna be 14.
I see what you're saying, okay.
And, I mean, I don't know why you would you could break them down even further, like
Yeah,
if you
right.
wanted to keep, like we talked about, the consumables for your mess, right, you could do it. If you really wanna go that far, maybe some of the bigger units too, you could have it for each of the squads.
So we don't need,
Squad
like,
one, squad
consumables
two.
are replaced by the hospital, like, we don't need to,
Okay.
other than the big ticket items or like something they might not carry. So it's onesie twosie pieces of equipment or pieces of, like, replacement.
And that might be,
consumable
and
equipment.
ultimately, that might be why, you know, last year we had 68,000 in the one and none in the other, and this year it's 31,000 and none in the other, so I'm guessing we're only using one of them, but
Probably, but
Probably
spend
should be using
$100,000 a year on it for the last couple of years.
No, I
Or, I'm
dropped
sorry,
that, I remember just
Right.
saying, looking at $68,000 in them, we broke it down, I think, more versus what we've done in the past, I think.
And that may be another situation where you've got your,
Right.
but I mean, essentially you're looking at about 25.
but we do need an account for both of these.
Yeah,
Next
absolutely.
year. Where do you spend more on, do you think?
I mean, EMS for fire, it doesn't, I mean, it's just one fire department to me, I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess, but, the operating supplies to me is like, what we need to run the station or the department essentially, so.
No, I agree.
Paper, and we needed batteries today, so I sent Andrew up, because our smoke alarms are going off.
How-
Usually the-
Change those in October.
We did, we should have. But that's the kind of thing we use it for, the things the department needs essentially. And the equipment stuff wise, we've been pretty lucky the last few years of just getting grants and donations and funding, so,
Well, it averages 50 a year, so if
Yeah.
you split the two,
25.
25 and 25.
Small tools and minor equipment. You said we've been able to cover most of that grant wise, because it doesn't look like we've had any expenditures there.
right.
May very well fall under operating supplies, quite frankly, you know, okay.
But did you want to put something under there, Brian?
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
we
you
could
can't
potentially.
spend on cranes all.
No, right. I have 5,000 budgeted for next year, for small tools and equipment, but hopefully we won't have to use it, but
Absolutely. Dues and fees.
I have 1,000 in there, that would be for, we spent 4,000.
Yeah. Do we know what the 4,200 in dues and fees are, Laura?
I can look for you.
Thank you very much.
It's probably OTA, NFPA,
Could be.
and the International Association of Fire Chiefs maybe, and then the Chiefs Association. But I still think that'd be less than 2,000.
Oh, well, she's looking, let's just skip down.
Yeah, I
to-
was just wondering, fuel, then we have to split it?
Well, fuel was,
Fire,
this one was only used last year. We haven't used it at all
because
this year.
I think they clumped them together.
Yeah.
Right.
And then, same with personal protective equipment, it was used last year, but I would imagine that's part of what's pushing these
I'm good. Let's make that one red.
personal protective equipment.
No, the fuel,
Oh, the fuel, yeah,
that
yeah,
we're
yeah.
on now, Pro 60. PPE. that's
So,
0.
turnout gear lasts 10 years, and we have to have like a replacement plan, essentially, so, the last 2 years, we've gotten 8 sets because of grants. I don't know how long that'll last, or if I could get more grants, but I'd like to replace at least 2 sets, like start, like,
A year?
like 2 sets a year would be ideal.
What's the cost
If
per
there-
set?
So it's about 4,000 a set.
And then, are we gonna need new sets for new?
Not
members?
necessarily, depending on how big or tall or small, or, like, it just depends. We've been very lucky, that we haven't had to buy new sets for, like, we did. On the last grant fund, we bought 2 new sets for new guys versus just getting old gear, so.
But do we wanna put 10, since if a new set of gear is 4 each, so we wanna replace 2
Yeah, I would budget
with a little, and then a little buffer for other PPE that you might need, I mean,
So if you continue to do that, it's perfect, cause then you don't end up in 10 years going, I gotta buy
30 sets.
30 sets of
Yeah.
turnout gear, or
Right,
whatever, and that's
exactly.
kinda what they did last time, I think, is they got a lot of new gear, and it's probably on year 7 or 8
Right,
on some of those sets of gear, so,
we'll skip over salaries, cause we'll talk about that again when we come back to staffing models, cause that'll obviously change those numbers significantly. First net, did we not have them up above?
I thought we did too.
We did not.
No.
What is first, is that?
first net is AT&T, it's the
Oh,
phone.
for the,
So those are squad phones,
squad.
and iPad,
The
the
squad
access
pads.
for the iPad, and then our fee for it's a,
so.
That's why it's under 230.
Yes, that's probably like 2,500,
Yeah.
2,500 should cover it. Okay, we've got EMS. EMS charges, we could probably get rid of that one because EMS charge wouldn't that have been,
so, yeah, so you could put that into revenue, I think, but not under,
well, what I'm saying is I'm guessing EMS charge, would that be, or is there something is that Life Force or
How
is
much
it something
is
that gets charged back potentially?
there's nothing on that before,
439.51 last year,
Yeah,
For
those
2
are
years.
refunds.
so we need to keep that there just in case, but we probably.
but can't that go into revenue, or doesn't that go into EMS revenue, or?
Revenue, well, yeah, but if you have to pay somebody back.
Oh, we had to pay them back, I see,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense,
So
okay,
we need the account, but there's a good chance that we won't need anything from it.
right.
So we paid back Life Force Management on that one?
We probably refunded,
Oh, dang.
Resident or
a resident or something like that,
overpayment,
yeah.
yeah.
So it was 0 then, to keep it.
Oh, you know what, and that's probably what this is here too, other expenses. EMS charge, so I guess we could get rid of one of the two, but I'm guessing those are both serving the same purpose, Laura?
Yeah.
Alright, so we could probably get rid of, is there a reason, is 590, what is 590 versus 220 and 230?
I think it's administrative.
Which probably makes more sense. So we can get rid of this. Probably get rid of both of those.
Do you wanna get rid of the 0000 or just keep that one?
But there's nothing. Oh, I see what you mean, cause that's the catch, yeah, we should probably keep that one.
It appears that it's so rarely used, we're only gonna use it when needed, so.
If we have to reimburse somebody, like a overpayment, or,
So that should pretty much cover everything we have out of here, unless we're planning on doing any improvements to the building. Outside of like maintenance and repair type stuff.
You didn't mention any improvements to the building, right?
no, I don't think we need anything. There's nothing that's pressing that,
Okay, well, there's quickly your number for your expenses when we do our appropriations.
Well, we're still waiting on dues and fees. right?
Oh, that's right, yeah.
So dues and fees was Medina County Sheriff, Medina County Fire Chief, something and cut off.
What were the dues of the sheriff?
Yeah, what were the dues of the sheriff?
It probably wasn't a due, it was a fee, like if you do background checks or
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, so that would be under professional tech services, I guess.
Yeah, we've spent, other than the,
Well, but
dispatch
fees,
fees, it's
you know.
Fees, yeah.
$171, $171.57, so that's, what are we looking at? $400, not just less than 400.
So like NFPA is coming up again, and it's, those are two expensive ones that me and Tim are part of. It's all the code enforcement and things like that, it's $250 a year. And then, it's, then Chiefs Association, I think, is $100, and then the IAFF International, no, not IAFF, the IAFC, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, is another, I think, $100 or $125 a year, I think, something like that.
Okay.
And that's
So-
why you only had it budgeted for 1,000.
Yeah.
But if we're gonna add those other fees, right,
Sure.
for background and
Should probably roll to like 2500.
25 or something.
Yeah.
If background checks, so background checks would come out of dues and fees then? Is that
Yes.
what
Well,
we're
it's a
saying?
fee, yeah.
And,
Administrative fees, cause that's what the 599 account is administrative.
and they run,
Alright.
Actually, no, I'm sorry, that's out of EMS anyway, the 220. But, alright. So that's everything that we have on the expense side of things.
And it was probably a-
934.
And then driver's abstract is probably also, that's not that expensive, it's about $5 a driver, we do that, we're gonna do that every year now. We did that this year, and we did, and then we had some background checks that never got completed in like the COVID years, I think, so we got those all caught up, so.
We don't use 211 anymore. I mean, these are all the grant funds, and until we actually get awarded them and have any money in them, we probably, because we've exhausted all of those, I believe. Yeah,
The fire marshal's grant, I
I'm
think.
sorry, the March grant has money in it still, it looks like.
$300 for Mark's fees, user fees essentially is all it covers.
Oh, it doesn't, we can't get equipment out of that?
No, it's a user fee thing, so we can,
Oh, so that's gonna sit there forever. I mean, whatever.
I asked for $20,000, I got 300. So, yeah, we keep asking. But that March grant's always up every year, I apply for it, but I only got 300 this past year, so.
So really the next piece, I mean, obviously, the only other one that we really have appropriations for, but we don't have to do now because of the payment schedule, is the bond fund down here at the bottom. I actually broke that one out over the next,
Where's your end date, see if it matches mine?
well, as of right now, it's set to go through 2029, but, and we can talk about it a little bit later. I think as it stands right now with where we have additional money in the account, 2029 is gone for sure. And depending on what we wanna do with potentially some other things, we can probably get rid of 2028 as well. Which would be nice, I mean, only 3 more years of the taxpayers having to pay on those would be nice.
Yes.
You know, but a lot of that depends too on what happens with interest rates and stuff like that, cause right now we're doing pretty well on that end. So I guess the next piece of it is talk about staffing and
That and
And salaries.
the one thing that we did not do under expenses, and we could talk about after
What's that?
salaries is, capital reserve if we wanted.
well, yeah, if you have.
Oh, yeah, so
We
we
gotta go
got
with the
ambulance coming up and then funding
Oh,
the future.
and it'll come up during the, this is where I told Brian not to get too excited when I gave him all that money back. We were talking about workers' comp. up till now, all of the workers, the township's been eating the workers' comp for,
Right.
fire and EMT. But we were doing, obviously, budget was getting hammered pretty good, but now that, you know, we've got the additional funds from the new levy, we're gonna probably need, we probably should, allocate that expense back to the district.
Right.
So, I think we figured it out, it's probably running right around 20,000. Just depending on what wages are, cause it's all a percentage of wages.
What did we come up with on
But-
the township side? Did we just take a half of it and do it?
No, we actually calculated based off the percentages that Laura had given.
That's right.
So if you look,
But that's per salary, right?
yeah,
So that's gonna be.
actually it's
We need
closer to,
we need to do our
it's probably closer to 25. Cause there's your number from this year, we spent 25,683, and based on the calculations, you know, it's probably only gonna be about 600 from the township side of things. And that number, workers' comp number is based off of salary, so depending what we do with staffing, it may actually go up a little bit.
Yeah.
But
That
Chief,
would
I
just
think
be
Chief,
admin.
when Chief was,
That 600, you say 600 this year?
well, right, but what I'm saying is, we were taking the fire department's workers' comp out of the general
Right.
fund. And in reality, what we'll only be paying salary, or paying workers' comp on the salaries up here,
Yeah.
which is
But
less
that's
than.
number 2, there's road and bridge salaries.
Oh, yeah, but that workers' comp's already taken out of road and bridge, so that's why, like I was saying, it's gonna probably be roughly 25 grand. But I think Chief had done workers' comp in your calculations,
I
when we did some.
had it in there, and it's in, I don't have I don't think I had any numbers in it though, let me see. Yeah, it's up here, I don't have zeros in it, it's on total services
Oh,
benefits. It says covered by township, so I should cross that out.
Yeah,
Ooh.
sorry.
But, yeah, so that would be about 20,000, you think, a year?
I think it'll depend on what we do with wages and where we set them at, cause obviously it is,
Right,
as we
okay,
staff
so-
more, or we pay more, that number will go up. Cause it's a
We're
percentage of
gonna have to
wages.
keep this page active, because Brian's got a proposal for an ambulance, that we would probably have to put on here if that's what we agree with.
Oh, wait, hold on,
This
let's
is
go, this is
township
township.
Or I'm
Let me
sorry,
back to
yeah,
fire.
I was back, now talking
Yeah.
about fire, so.
Yeah, I just thought, we went through, we've got the expenses done, so we can do temporary appropriations at a minimum, based on what we've done now. And now we can start talking about, so if we wanna do that real quick, that might not be a bad idea, so at least we're done, and then we can work as long as, yeah, and Laura can get out of here if she wants to.
Oh, you're
we
here
can-
now, you might as well just stay.
we can, I think she's gonna go get lunch, but, and I don't necessarily blame her, but then we can, you know, the rest of what we're doing with, you know, the vision of the fire district and how we're gonna go forward, we're not gonna answer all those questions today, that's just not gonna happen, so, I guess that's kinda where I would be, you know, let's do the temporary appropriations if we can off the general fund. Salaries right now are running what a month? What do you need to cover payroll for the month?
About 16 to 18, not per month, but 30,000 to, for the month is about 30,000, right? 32,000, 35,000 tops.
Yeah,
So if we said,
35 for salaries, but that doesn't include all the other stuff, the overs and the.
So
right,
last,
so if we did 150 to salaries, or, I mean, we could do 200, I mean, temporary appropriations, or,
Right.
if we did
Yeah.
200, I'd cover the first quarter,
Yeah, I would think so.
so, you know,
I was taking Chief's option too, and gonna figure that, which would have been 187.5, but.
well, I'm just,
You said 200, I said 190, so we're all in the same.
yeah, so let's just, if you're good with it, let's, what's our resolution number on the fire district
This
side?
would be
17?
17?
I think, okay, so 2024-17, and we're out, and we just have the general fund, right, that's
17 FD.
really all we need to run things.
Yeah,
So-
the only other one is the bond,
Right,
which we didn't.
which we don't need to touch right now, we can do that with permanent appropriations, so temporary appropriations, 200,000 to salary. 254,934 on, I mean, that'll ultimately wind up being our permanent appropriations for that, but for now, let's just set those as the temporary.
But that means we're not going to discuss putting anything on a squad until.
Well, that's why I was saying we might wanna wait till, maybe do the squad first, if we can come to an agreement, cause it would have to go on there, one of his proposals is I just wanted to,
I mean, I think that,
I think it's a good
what did you
deal.
say?
Well, no,
What did you say
because-
for,
Operating was 350.
354,954, just do 355 on
355 for expenses? And the salaries was 200 each.
200, yeah.
So,
And we can always do an amendment.
Well, even-
if we need to go
exactly.
forward, cause I don't think we're gonna settle on making an ambulance purchase today. At least not like what one we're gonna do.
Right.
Like, we may very well commit to a direction on that.
and we, by committing or appropriating temporarily 355, that's plenty for a quarter if we were
Right.
to jump in February or whatever and
Correct.
have
Yeah.
Well, we can, like I said, we can knock permanent appropriations out probably early in the year anyway, so, are we good with passing that resolution for,
I'd be okay with that.
we need to
You said
roll-
200, 350?
Yeah.
200 for salaries and 350 for.
Yep.
All right, so this would be Fire District, Resolution 17 FD 2024, temporary appropriations of $200,000 for salaries and $355,000 for expenses. Roll call vote,
Roll, yes?
Fullerton, yes.
O'Neill, yes. So that resolution would pass. Again, 17 FD 2024.
And then, the only thing real quick before Laura takes off, just so she can hear it, if you guys are okay with it, Laura and I had talked a little bit about the fact that, you know, as we do different things, as we discussed allocation of interest from Star Ohio and how to put it in, like, 'cause we just have one Star Ohio account for the fire district side, and then we
break
have.
that out.
Right, if you guys are okay with it, what I'd like to do is over the next couple of weeks, work with Laura on kind of what makes the most sense, get the accounts open, not move any funds, but just figure out what that structure is gonna look like, and then be able to come to either the organizational meeting or our first meeting in January with hey, this is how we need to allocate funds, so that going forward, we have, you know, the bond fund is just what has the bond fund, and then the interest accumulates, and we don't have to do any calculations in the future. This year, we'll probably have to make a decision on
Yeah.
how to divvy that, but this way we can have the account structure such that,
You don't need approval to work with the fiscal officer.
well, I just wanna make sure you guys are okay
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
doing that. I like to have that
I
conversation
honestly would
first.
be okay, and we could make a motion now if you guys want to at least take the principal that we have dedicated to the bond fund and start a Star Ohio fund with that.
Yeah, but I still
And
think
then-
the
then
discussion
whatever you
needs to
come
be,
up with.
we need some of that interest to go back
Yes.
to that. But then I was thinking of 2 fire department accounts and you had
Yeah, and
mentioned
maybe
3. What is
3
3?
depending.
What's 3?
The only thing is if we wanna do something specific with the purchase of
Oh,
an
okay.
ambulance,
Yes.
right? Cause Chief and I had talked about, like, you know, there are different programs to potentially be able to, you know, some of them will let you pay for it in advance, and then you earn interest on the money that you have on
That's what
deposit
you were
with
telling
them.
me about.
You know, and my only concern with that is, I mean, are they gonna also commit to a guaranteed delivery date, or they start giving us money back? Cause I guess it's the whole, when you give them the money up front,
So the one company I talked to, if it's delayed, they continue compounding that interest.
no, I get that part of it, and that's great, but, you know, to me, if you're gonna give them $350,000 up front, you're gonna deliver on a set date, period, end of story, or you're gonna be giving back some of that 350, because
Right.
if we're holding the 350 and earning interest on it, the incentive for them is deliver the ambulance so that you get the money.
Mhm.
If we give them the money up front, it's
They-
less of
right.
an urgency, because they already got paid.
Right.
Yeah, we're getting interest on it, that's great, but, you know, I'd wanna see what they're
We'd
What
be
they're
getting
delivering.
interest anyway.
Right, exactly.
We want the vehicle.
Exactly.
3 months earlier.
Exactly. So that would be my only take there, but to that point, that would be the reason for the third account, is again, just making it a little bit cleaner to say, hey, we're putting, cause Chief's talked about maybe even using like EMS funds automatically going into, you know, saving for equipment and maintenance.
would be my reason for a third account, would be potentially to have one, hey, this is the operating fund, this is for capital purchases, equipment and whatnot, and then one that's designed just for the bond fund, you know?
So this is my capital purchase plan. I kind of broke it down,
We done with Laura?
what we talked about too. But
Bring back a pizza.
it's kind of what we talked about the other day, but like the new ambulance purchase for next year, if we buy it now and save wherever we take the money from, it would guarantee, like Horton, which is the ambulance we have right now, it would be a gasoline Horton, a smaller version of what we have. If we paid in full, it would be 4.5% interest, compounded per year, so we'd have a $17,000 check at the end of that, purchase, or once that truck's delivered.
They reduced that by the amount that we have. I mean,
No, they just cut us a check. Like,
It is cut us a
we pay-
check,
We
we
pay them
pay it
upfront for
upfront,
the
and they cut us a
ambulance.
check. Yeah, they cut us a check at the end.
That's what I was
once it's
saying,
delivered.
like,
Right, but it could take, yeah, I mean, most of the time, it's a 3-year build time on all of them, just about, so.
I'm not necessarily opposed to that, it was just like,
Right.
if we're gonna,
Some sort of guarantee.
yeah,
looking out
like,
for
you're gonna
Right.
deliver it on this date, or you're gonna start knocking,
Right,
Money
so
off the
much money
price,
off,
yeah.
right? And how we could fund that in the future, or even now, I guess, is that EMS money, which is this page too. Like this year, we're probably gonna hit about 160,000 in EMS revenue. It's this corner line,
okay.
it's that top, right-hand corner. 146, 647 is where we're at right now for 2024. If we take that $150,000 and add another $50,000 to it, and we have a ambulance or a fund that we're continuing to recycle for years to come, $200,000 goes into it each year, and we could potentially replace the second ambulance in the next 3 years or so. In 3 years, if we bought an ambulance now with some, maybe if we have that, set aside possibly, if we have some money set aside, we buy a $350,000, $400,000 ambulance. Now, in 3 years, we could potentially buy that second ambulance, and we can continue that fund and, replace other things as needed, so, like the car, so it breaks it down, 2025 would be order purchase an ambulance, pay up front in full. We replaced the 2011 Braun. In 2026, we would need a new support vehicle. That Ford Explorer is about 100,000 miles on it, and it's it's at the shop right now getting a new muffler. It's gonna need tires next year. So that would be 2026. 2027, a new ambulance would be delivered. Order a second ambulance to replace the 2015 Horton. So that would be just over the 10-year mark for the Horton. So then we just continue that down the line, so. That makes sense, kinda.
No, we've talked about that, and I like that.
I think it'd be good to have a fund where we could, a vehicle replacement plan essentially, or a rear vehicle replacement fund, and we, depending on the next 5 years and what it looks like, if we're, however it's gonna look in 5 years, financially wise, we continue that fund beyond the next levy or whatever, or renewal levy or replacement levy, or however we decide to do it, so.
I think, no matter how the funding of the department works, or where the money's coming from, I think ultimately you all,
Always keep that, right.
unless you're gonna start leasing, the ambulance and have it just into your operating expense, I think you always need to be in a position where you're,
Prepared for the next.
building, exactly, because it's not like it's,
And
it's not an expense you can cover in 1 year.
Right, 10 years from now, we'd be buying we could potentially buy, if we buy a tanker pumper, we'd replace the tanker, the 91 tanker, which would be almost be 40 years old by then, and a engine, so we go down to 2 engines. One's a tanker pumper, which is it's a 2,500 gallon or 3,000 gallons of water in it, but it's also a fire engine, so it's dual kind of purposed. And then we start the cycle all over again, because in another 5 to 15 So that's the vehicle acquisition, I don't know, I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on, I've given you all the, different quotes, I'm not sure where we're gonna go from here.
Well, I'll start, my opinion, you and I've talked for endless hours, but I personally think the 3,500 Ford gas with the Horton box,
Maybe that 450 or 550.
or 550, I said,
Yeah.
550, sorry. Gas, with the Horton box, and I would be willing to prepay, but I would like a delivery date, of course, I mean, to me, it just makes sense. That's what I would do, cause 4.5%, that's,
Or some
we
kind of
don't know what
contingent.
percentage.
Do they guarantee the interest rate for the?
Yes, they'll guarantee that 4.5% interest rate, I could talk to them again about it, but
So
that's,
even if interest rates tank?
I-
Okay.
I think you're locked in
Yeah,
at 4.5, it's a solid 4.5%.
That's not bad.
Well, and then we get a
I'll make
discount on the added stuff in the back of the box. If we go with them, so we're saving money going
Yeah.
with
It's three,
No,
that,
definitely.
that one's 377,000, but it's got the load system, a new load system, so a lot of times what they do, and the other companies would do this, or we'd have to buy a load system, the load system in COD is $72,000 right now. In 3 years, the load system in COD could be 100,000, I don't know,
Right.
but they would include that load system in the ambulance, so
We
it's,
would have to
well,
get
it's
on there.
added in, so we're saving,
Right.
maybe $6,000 on the load system, but
still.
it's a price that's locked in then, once you purchase it,
Well,
so.
plus we get the ambulance ready to go versus getting it and then having to have the load system put in,
Right,
so,
correct.
you know,
Mhm.
maybe only a matter of a couple weeks if that, but, you know, it's still one less thing to have to do
Right.
once we get it.
And ideally, once we get it, then and why the maintenance costs, like, we wanna get those other ambulances up to par, so we could sell them for a decent price.
Yeah.
And then recoup that money and put it back into that,
Put it back into this
Fund,
fund,
so.
that keeps, yeah.
Yeah, we learned the hard way what vehicles can end up costing you all at one time,
Yeah.
so it makes sense to take the best one that we put our money to keep it as good as we can. Not that we neglect the other one, but then we have flexibility.
Yeah.
with its-
Is there a reason we wanna wait, you don't think we can make that decision today for the ambulance, or, I mean, we can wait
So,
till
I think what we have to do
January,
is
the more
take-
we wait.
take the full proposal then, if we decide on one, we take the full proposal to the prosecutor's office and say, is this legit? Like, I think they have to review it, is
Yeah.
what I understand.
Especially with those type of.
But I have to, I'd rather have them do it, so.
So they review it and, I don't know, I think it has to go there first before we can sign a purchase agreement, I would say, most likely. If we pick one that we wanna go with, which I do like the Horton, I kinda was sold on the Braun at first, but then I was kinda like, I kinda talked to the reps and looked at all the new things that Horton's doing. Horton's a local company that, is pretty reputable, and the ambulance we have now is a Horton, and it's not a maintenance nightmare, and they're pretty good with their customer service and fixing things, so.
Yeah.
I've gotten Braun, Atlantic. Atlantic is, you can buy them, it's still, what's so interesting in Atlantic, it's like buying off a car lot. And you can't have anything options added or anything added to it, it's just a standard ambulance that's on a car lot, but they're just as expensive or more expensive than the competitors, and they, still take 3 years to build, even though they have
Right.
ambulances that say that are ready to go. So,
And then Horton, that's the shortest build time, right?
yeah, it's about 2.5 years, I think, is what they're saying. I think I have stickers on the ones that,
Yeah, I guess my holdup isn't necessarily the Horton, you know, I just think, how do I say it, like, if the DEF systems were in a better situation and they had some of that stuff figured out, I might, you know, be kind of pushing a little bit more for the benefits of the diesel engine, but given the fact that they're still ironing a lot of those kinks out and using this as, you know, the people that are buying them as guinea pigs,
never run hot, they never run efficiently here, because
We don't
run
have
them.
them on all day.
Yeah, we don't have them on all day.
Exactly.
Cleveland Fire,
Yep.
all the different Cuyahoga County departments, they're running their ambulances
Well,
sometimes
just
24/7.
Even LSD's probably running them, so.
Oh yeah, they're running gas, they're
Oh,
running
that's
gas.
true, they
They
are
switched to
gas.
gas, we switched to gas about probably 10, 12 years ago.
So I mean, and I think the thing that surprised me, getting a chance to meet with Pete and kind of talk about the trucks, but I was amazed at how low mileage our ambulances are compared to what I would have assumed them to be.
Right.
You know, I was, you know, again, you know, the trucks that I deal with, you know, they're doing $70,000 to $100,000 or 100,000 miles a year, easy. You know, and to realize that, you know, we're kind of in that range on our current squads was a bit eye-opening. So, you know, that again kind of negates the benefit of the diesel engines too. So, you know, maintenance costs should be better. Hopefully you don't have a ton of those with a new piece of equipment, but, so I guess my only holdup is I just wanna see, you know, what the final, I guess I'm okay with going the direction of the Horton, it's just, you know, I don't think we have anything in front of us that we could approve with finality, like, we don't have a contract, we don't.
So do we wanna give Brian the green light to say, okay, we're leaning very, very hard on you, Horton?
Yeah.
Give us some pinpoint, is that what you were saying?
I guess that's where I need to be at, is I just
I'm-
need to talk to whatever company we decide on, which
I'm
is.
fine with that, getting some sort of like, obviously a purchase agreement or something for the prosecutor's office to be able to.
So that, they've already got those in these systems, so maybe the Horton didn't have it in here.
I didn't see anything,
It's on the last page of,
and I guess maybe if there's an addendum or a commitment that would go with it, but something to talk about, you know, cause again, I'm just hung up on the prepay without a firm delivery date and kind of, look, I understand stuff happens, but if you miss the delivery date, what's the pre-agreed upon remedy for, you know, making us whole, cause,
right.
you know.
So I guess going to the prosecutor with it, talking to the rep again, and getting a purchase agreement and a full proposal, ready for the prosecutor to review. Is that something that we could do with that one company, you think, or?
I think with it, I don't think we need to make a motion, we could always go.
No, but I think it's good that Brian's here and
Oh,
we have this
absolutely.
conversation that like, and we're discussing the fact that we're kind of all on board with it. I mean, I would think from a bid requirement standpoint, I mean, we have proposals from 3 different vendors.
Yeah.
You know, I think we've all discussed them individually with Brian, been able to review the information. And I'm certainly not in a position that I'm gonna, you know, disagree with Brian on what.
Yeah.
Well, I mean.
None of us are, right? I mean,
There's nothing that screams that there's anything wrong with the Horton purchase. So I think we go that route.
Some of the bids do have, but I guess Horton did not send one, it's just a quote, but this, like, some of them have the purchase agreement in there, but.
Right.
Well, I'll get with our rep on Horton and get
Yeah.
like a purchase
And
agreement
let 'em know
together,
we're
and let them
meeting.
know we have to go to the prosecutor with
Right.
it. They already
Let them know
know.
we're meeting January 2nd.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Push them a little bit.
Yep.
Okay,
And I think the other thing that we would probably have to think about, or just make sure, like, since we're not doing levy funds probably till February, March on that first batch, do we have the freed up money to be able to just write that check? So we should double check with Laura, just make sure.
yeah, our carryover will be,
I think we'll be fine, but
yeah, it will be fun too.
but I just know.
Not including the bond.
I was
We're
gonna
at
say, that's the
7.
part that you gotta pull out, cause I think the bond fund carryover is like almost 7, isn't it?
Bond is 5 to 1.
That was it, okay.
And the carryover to fire district, just operating is 726.
That's what it was, okay, I had the numbers backwards. Alright.
So yeah, we could, I mean, ideally, it's nice to make sure we have,
Yeah.
but we do, we do have it on hand.
So yeah, if you could confirm, I guess the 2 things to confirm, I'm sure will be in there, is what the interest rate, like if that is a fixed guaranteed 4.8, cause that definitely has some value, cause
I would let Brian know if it was 4.5.
none of us have a crystal ball, interest rates could go up, interest rates could go down, but knowing exactly what you're getting on that is worth looking at too. So that Oh, I thought, that's what I was asking you guys for permission for with working with Laura's. I wasn't gonna move any money, I was just asking for permission.
Let's just at least get the principal into one open, that way we can figure out,
Yeah,
all we have to do is talk about
Yeah, let's
how
do
much
it. Yeah,
interest are we gonna
Right.
reimburse that fund.
I'm fine with that. I mean, if we wanna authorize her to open two, well, I mean, I guess if we're gonna pay for the ambulance in full, then it kinda doesn't
Yeah, let's
make.
hold off on that for now.
Yeah, alright, fair enough.
But I'd like to make a motion to allow Laura to, or direct Laura to open up a Second Star Ohio fund on the fire district side
For the bond.
for the bond fund, just on the carryover amount that we'll have, looks like it's gonna be about $501,997.
Correct.
Whatever she has there, whatever we have in principle is what I'd like
Yeah,
to do.
so we'll authorize her to open it now, and then she can do the transfer on the first of the year.
Yeah.
You know, with-
Once we decide what the difference is.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Second, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Same sign. Motion carries. Do you still need your computer?
No, you can get it out of your way, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna end up knocking it down here, but I'll just unplug it all like this.
There you go.
Brian, you want us to flip the staffing?
If you, yeah, if we could do that, that'd be great.
And then you had your two options right here, this.
Yeah, the last two pages are, yeah, the options that were in the budget essentially, and then there's really four options. My two, I think the best option for the community and the department, I guess, as a whole are the first two.
The first two.
So like option one would be, so in the beginning of this proposal is essentially what we talked about before the levy and what we talked about with the community about the levy, what we were planning on doing, funding for equipment and technology, personnel and training, maintaining emergency services and community growth and development and financial stability. And it breaks it down, the ambulance purchases and how we would move staffing forward into a more professional standard. And option one would be just adding, our Saturdays and Sundays are bleak sometimes. People don't wanna work weekends, especially if they're on full-time fire departments or somewhere else. And we only have two people, so if we get a call up on those days, it's a challenge for us to, find coverage. So if we had three people on weekends, it would probably be helpful to go down to, if somebody did call off, we'd be down to a two-man minimum versus struggling to find somebody to come in on those weekends, so. And then option two would be just add a third person every day, 24 hours, 7 days a week. That's about $100,000 more than the first option. Let's see what I was talking about.
I guess two questions on that.
It's under your staffing one. Should be in the back of the page.
The issue of staffing weekends. How do we solve the call-off problem on weekends if there is one?
Put it behind the bill.
So how do we solve that problem?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is we're talking about potentially staffing a third person on the weekends. And again, just saying like but you mentioned staffing a third person because people.
Well, either we have
on
call off or we
weekends,
don't have coverage, or we struggle to get people to work weekends. So I don't even know if it's a struggle to get people to work weekends anyway, so.
Do you have a breakdown on like are weekends busier than normal, not as busy?
Sometimes Friday, Saturday, Sundays tend to be a little busier, but it's an average. We would do about 2 to 3 calls a day, but like
Regardless what day of the week it
last
is.
week we did 7 in a day, and I mean, that's just an odd day, but.
Oh, I get you can't predict, I just wondered if there was like,
Right.
Consistently more calls on the weekends, or consistently more
No.
calls during, your
It's all,
core business hours, or.
and it's really not, I mean, it breaks it down, nights versus weekends versus day. it really breaks it down, and you see it in the monthly report, you'll see on average about the same 50-50, or sometimes it's, we have more calls during the day one month, and the next month we have more calls during the night. It's just, it's all kinda, it's not that predictable, I guess.
I'm guessing the
Like
20
yesterday, for example, last night, we had 2 calls back to back, and we couldn't cover the second one, so.
I would imagine the 24-hour shift is harder to cover than like a 8-hour Saturday or Sunday shift.
It just depends. I think some guys like to just work 8-hour shifts, and some guys like to work 12-hour shifts, and some guys wanna work the 24-hour shifts, but it just depends on the people you have, so. We have half full-timers that are on full-time departments elsewhere, and,
Pulling a 24-hour shift is probably pretty tough for them.
right, so they don't wanna work another 24-hour shift, they might work a 12, they might work an 8. So that's kinda where we're at.
Well, I guess that's why when I was looking at some of these proposals, you know, we've talked about this before. I think, you know, where we staff a third person during the weekdays, especially when, you know, yourself, Assistant Chief Holzman are in the building a lot of the time, and we're potentially, you know, 5 people in the building. That third person really gives us that ability, you know, well, it's
run
not,
2 calls.
well, right, you get that
Right.
second call, and the third person can
Right.
go, and you or Tim can go with them, and so we're able to be at kind of full force on that second call. If we've got a third person in the building on a Saturday,
Potentially myself or Tim or somebody
Has to
local
come
could
in.
come in, but yeah.
but your immediate response isn't necessarily approved by the
Well,
third
for fires
person.
it is though.
Okay,
Because it's absolutely dangerous for 2 people to respond to a fire by themselves.
gotcha, okay.
And they're there, if it's a fire around the corner, we got 2 people for the first 5 or 6 minutes, and that's all we have on the scene.
What, I guess where I was going with that, or what I was thinking or questioning is there an advantage instead of doing like a third person 24 hours on a Saturday and Sunday? Does it make more sense to maybe staff 2 8-hour shifts or 2 12-hour shifts on that Saturday and Sunday? So, yeah, I understand that you might have 4 people here potentially on a Saturday, but that really does give you the 2 calls, and if you're doing 2 people on an 8-hour shift or even 2 on a 12, that's really the same expense
Right.
as one. I just wasn't sure if that was a scenario that,
It's something we could look into and do, I think, in the future. I think a lot of the group that we've had here, don't like to work nights or weekends. So, it will be a challenge initially, but, I think that's something we could strive for, a goal to set for the beginning of the year or the next 6 months to get to that level.
how
But
much,
we could do a trial essentially with it and see how it kind of pans out, because some people can only work weekends, some people work Monday through Friday, and it would be, when you do that, you can actually, you can open up the door for a little bit more people that maybe might not be able to work weekdays, or it doesn't fit into their Monday through Friday schedule, so.
I don't wanna jump too far, cause I know we talked about, like, in some of your proposals for new descriptions and officers and stuff like that, having some kind of weekend and
Yep. Yeah, so
24-hour shift requirements. I just wonder if there's,
So the overall plan is to get the job descriptions done and approved with that change in the job description, which would be the one term or the one wording in it is part-time scheduling, maintain an average of 16 to 24 hours a week. Schedules of one of the 3 on shift, a minimum availability of 5 total shifts per month with a combination of at least 2 overnight shifts per month and 1 weekend 24-hour shift of availability. Meaning you don't have to work a weekend, but if we don't have coverage, you may have to work, kind of thing.
Like an on-call.
No, they'd have to be here.
Backup.
Backup, they'd be here, yeah. So if they said availability, they're available for an 8-hour shift on a Saturday, and we can't find anybody else, we're like, hey man, sorry to do this to you, but you gotta work this Saturday.
Gotcha.
How reliable is that model? I mean,
I think for officers, if you wanna be an officer and make the amount of money that we're gonna pay them, then I think that's a model that's sustainable and effective. For the firefighters, it depends on what our neighbors are doing. kind of thing, like, and Chief Seifert and I talked about that, like, putting minimums on is the department essentially, so. And that would be a little less, or a little less stringent than this, but it would be kind of a similar type of thing, so. Put in your availability for 32 hours, or a minimum of 32 hours for the month of anything, nights, weekends, days, whatever you can do, but at least put a minimum of 32 hours in a month to keep a part-time position here, and eventually get that standard up to, hey, if you're just sitting here not coming to anything, then you potentially start weeding that kind of stuff out. So.
Well, what do you guys think? I don't necessarily have a preference one way or another on these two options.
So like the 24/7, 7 days a week, it would also be a challenge to get us fully up and running. Probably would take
Sure.
6 months. It wouldn't be January 1st, we're staffing 3 people.
Right, but it's like we talked about before when people have asked about like the hiring that we do and everything like that. We're just setting the framework for like in best case scenario, these are the shifts that you're staffing. Obviously, out the rip, it's probably a bit much to ask, to
Right.
be able to do this based on where we're currently at, but this is kind of what we're saying is the goal for by the end of the year to be doing this on a fairly consistent basis, if not all the time, so,
I personally think we need to give Brian that time. It's gonna
Yeah.
take him 6 months to build. I like the option 2. My concern is we're the 5th busiest EMS service in the county. Probably 830 calls this year, maybe a little bit more. What's next year? 900? What's the year after that? 1,000. So we better get dressed and ready, because we're serving the residents and we need to be structured correctly.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't wanna say it's haphazard, but I mean, Brian's pulling teeth trying to get the staffing fixed, but without a model, but if we get a nice structured model.
To clarify, you're saying you like option 2,
Yeah.
not option also. Option number 2 is the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it might be, just looking future-wise, we're gonna continue to get more calls, so if we can get this structure set and people used to working those shifts.
And that, that total is based on a $22 an hour pay rate. We wouldn't be there this year, like average on average, I mean, our lowest pay
No,
rate
that's
is at
but you wanna be
17,
prepared
highest
for
is 20.
potentially what you're,
Right, what we
what kind of.
what we spend next year,
Right.
following years, yeah.
Yeah, Ty, I couldn't agree more. The more often that we're prepared to be able to handle 2 EMS calls at once, because I think that's, the most likely,
Right.
time when we're gonna miss a call is when that second EMS call comes in. So the more hours of the day that we can be prepared to respond quickly, because I know we're prepared, there are people, Chief, you can come in,
Right.
if there's an emergency call, but nobody's gonna be able to respond from home faster than he can respond from being in the building, so.
And it happens quite a bit for some unforsaken reason. Like we were at Children's Hospital and we got a second call. We had one person here and 2 of us were at Children's, and that second person at least can go in the sprint truck or a pickup truck or a car and at least begin care. And if he doesn't hear anybody coming to the station, then it's going to be a mutual aid call automatically. But that could potentially be a second squad.
It's the way things work in like every industry.
Right.
I can be dead for 3 hours and the second I walk away from my desk is when I get the
Right.
phone call. The
Right.
difference is, luckily mine, as much as I like to think it's life and death emergency, it's not.
Right.
The ones that you guys are responding to oftentimes are, so,
The only thing that I had talked to Brian about, my question on option 2 was that 3rd person, can they be a paramedic?
yes, please. It is
Because
as
then
often
that
as
way,
possible.
we got both squads on the
Right.
But I think, is that still, we
Yeah,
talked about
it
it,
is.
the primary goal is to staff
Right.
medics
Medics
first,
every day.
Yeah.
Right. I think it would give us more option with our medics that they have. So an example is like our 24-hour shifts right now are set up 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. Some guys would rather do 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. so we could potentially have one shift 6 AM to 6 AM and one shift's 8 AM to 8 AM, and that third person's like a offset a little bit, so if I'm here during the day, or I'm a medic, we have potentially have 2 ALS squads ready to respond
Right.
There's a little bit of
for at least
Yeah.
12 hours a day, or 8 hours, I'm here sometimes. I try not to be here that long, but I'm just kidding.
No, well, with option two, to your point, I mean, we're gonna be staffed at any of the time that you and or Tim
Tim
are
are here, we
building.
have a second-
We're ready for a second squad to go, the
right.
second call comes in.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I'm perfectly down with that, I mean,
And with the push for additional hires and training to be both firefighter and EMS, you know.
and,
Mhm. Right.
and I don't know, you know, within the parameters that are on here, if we, cause you've got listed on here, under option one, that one firefighter, 8 hours a day for 252 days out of the year is like 44,000. So I'm guessing even if you extend, I guess where I'm going is like, I wouldn't even have a problem giving chief the authorization to staff a 4th person when
When the need is
the need
greatest.
is there.
and
We have it within our budget. I mean, obviously we don't need to spend everything that we were given, but, you know, this proposal, option 2 of 740, still leaves us with a ton of room to grow with what we've currently been authorized.
That's just
And-
what I was gonna say. What's your biggest challenge in meeting your option 2 staffing requirement?
It's just,
You might struggle a little bit to get this.
we don't have enough staffing.
Right,
Right, so worst case scenario from a financial standpoint is we're gonna spend less than 740.
Right.
So,
Right.
and if you take that 740 and add it to, we just came up with expenses for the year, with the exception of putting something towards the
350,
squad.
yeah.
We're still under our, estimated taxes, or revenue of 1.213, that's just on levies.
Yeah, and we'll bring in another, well,
And
we
in
talked
this
about maybe
building?
the 150 to do the EMS to fund purchases, but.
Right.
Regardless of what we use that for,
Well,
it's
right,
still,
it just frees up, it,
yeah, and we
take
still
money out of the
have
right pocket
this,
versus not.
we're projected to have a $726,000 carryover as well. So, I mean, I feel like we have wiggle room to work with it, this is
Yeah.
best
Yeah.
option for you.
I think we get something that's a goal that we can definitely, hopefully accomplish by mid-year. We just, they're gonna be hiring some people to get that goal accomplished, so.
So do we feel comfortable authorizing chief to increase staffing to 324/7? Starting January 1, or do we wanna do it
I
as
feel,
soon as he can?
I feel comfortable with doing it, either or, I mean, you're
Well,
gonna
he's
have
probably
a
already
tough
got the
time.
scheduled up to the end.
Yeah, Christmas and the New Year.
Interviewing a day after
Yeah.
Christmas.
Holidays are very stressful.
But I'm okay
Staff.
doing it as of January 1, I mean,
Yeah, I would make the motion to authorize Brian to, initiate option 2, the 3 firefighter, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, starting January 1 of 2025.
I'll second.
all those in favor, aye?
Alright.
Aye, pose same sign. Motion carries.
Appreciate it, thank you.
And I can, since we've kinda got everything set up in the spreadsheet, I'll work on getting the salaries piece that we just, you know,
Yeah.
kind of the forecast is built into that when I send it out to everybody, so that you guys can kind of see where that's at.
And, workman's comp,
Yeah, I'll work with,
because that'll be based, we could probably do that now, if you like to do it now.
do you remember what the percentage was that Laura had come up with? I mean, it was like 65 cents per $100, right? So I mean, if you just wanna go real high level generic, it'll probably be a slightly overestimate, but Chief's 740,000.
67 cents.
67 cents per 100.
Yeah.
So $5,000. Wait, hold on. 740,872.
No, he's in PERS, because he
Oh,
was in PERS when civil had EMS, civil EMS had PERS,
Gotcha.
and he stayed in PERS, so.
Boy, that sure doesn't look right, but it says that it is.
Or you
If
use
workers'
the-
comp was, yeah, $740,000, it's like $5,000. But I'm wondering if that, or was that the workers' comp number?
Yeah.
Wait, that's what
Yeah,
we're
that's
talking
what
about.
we're- yeah, we
are talking
Workers'
about that,
comp,
yeah,
wait,
so-
there's workers' comp and there's,
It's taxes,
unemployment.
fees.
Oh, we're talking workman's comp though, with the point, what is it, 0.676
Per hundred?
Workers' comp, 67 cents per $100.
Okay. Yeah, so workers' comp won't be as high as I thought it was then, if that's the case.
Got Brian needlessly scared.
Yeah, it's good for him.
I'm gonna,
I just gave you money back, see?
I'm gonna forward you guys all the, Ben now just got back with me these costs, so I'm gonna just.
Just for the,
Hey Brian, and then once Justin cleans that Excel up and sends it to us, then use those numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah, if
yeah.
I've got those, that'd be great.
Yeah, and then he was talking about the sheet that we sign every time we sign checks, but yeah, you need to be copied on that too, because, it tells you right to the penny who got what, so.
Right.
So you guys,
Funds aren't on that sheet per se
Yeah.
for it, Brian, but at
Yeah, they
least
are.
it gives a name.
On the check.
Yeah, that's
Oh, on
what it
the
says.
check, on the sheet that we signed for the listings.
Yeah.
Oh, not on the listings, what I was saying
And
is like,
listings on there,
when the check's printed, the
Yeah.
check stub then breaks down, you know, if.
Yeah, she doesn't send, she only sends me the
Right.
pay stub. She,
Well, that's what
if
I
I
said.
could have that front page,
Yeah.
that would be perfect, yeah,
Okay.
that would be.
Yeah, we.
That's
need to-
all the,
That should be easy
Right.
enough, if nothing else, you know, we can put the process together and put another task on Kristen's plate.
Oh, boy.
Just seeing if you were paying attention.
and then do we wanna talk
Yours
about
typing.
job descriptions for the officers, or we?
I think that kind of falls more in an organizational meeting. I hate to put it
Okay.
off, but, you know, I mean, I've read through them, we've talked about them a little bit,
We're doing our organizational meeting on January 2nd
11
at
a.m.
11 o'clock here.
Oh, okay,
Oh, yeah, you weren't here when we scheduled that.
okay, January
But
2nd,
that would be a
Thursday,
time
yeah.
to discuss that.
11 a.m.
Yep.
Alright.
But I'm good with that, Brian, I mean, just bringing structure.
Oh, I love everything he's done with that, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get us up to a more professional
Yeah.
model. of,
No, I mean,
uh,
we're gonna be fifth busiest for quite a few years, and who knows, we might be fourth, who knows, I mean, God forbid. But,
Right.
but you gotta be ready, so.
Thank you.
Good, Brian.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, thank you guys.
Any other?
You may, no, I'm good as far as that goes, I mean, I think we covered, we got a lot done, it was good to kind of really go through
Yep.
the budget and figure out kind of where we're doing things, especially now that we've,
Got almost a year under our belts.
yeah.
I agree. If you guys don't have any other topics to discuss, I would make a motion to pay the warrants of the township and adjourn.
I will second.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Meeting adjourned at 2:10 PM.
We definitely need to plan better and arrange for lunch next time. Jeez, man. I'll have to make sure I eat before we do the organizational meeting at 11. Maybe Laura's gonna line up a food truck for us.
Yeah.
Oh my god, her stomach was like, she's like, I can't stop already.
Well, my problem is I'm not a huge, like, I love breakfast, but I'm not good at making breakfast, especially like on the weekdays, you know, so like I tend to not eat breakfast, so when it gets to be late for lunch, it's like, holy crap.
Dumb bellies.
Yeah.
This looks like my desk at the admin building.
Yeah, you did some
Tend
work.
to spread out, huh?
Yeah. Well, it looks like you got a lot of shit done today. So, if people didn't know better,